What strange aerial phenomena were recorded from ancient times through the late 40s? How did different eras interpret unexplained objects in the sky before modern aviation? Under an ancient sky untouched by city lights, a band of early travelers gathers around a gentle fire. Above them, countless stars shimmer in the crisp night air. In the stillness, one traveler gazes upward, drawn by a peculiar light that dances slowly across the heavens. It isn't a familiar star or a wandering planet. It moves with intention, gliding silently, deliberately, unlike any falling star or comet they have ever seen. The others fall quiet as they too notice the mysterious glow tracing a path among the constellations. In that hushed moment, they feel both small and connected to something vast and unknown. For as long as humans have watched the skies, they have occasionally witnessed things that defy explanation. Thousands of years ago, scribes in ancient lands recorded strange sights overhead. In old Egyptian chronicles, there are tales of a brilliant star that once fell from the sky, bringing fire and awe before vanishing into the darkness. Far to the north, Greek and Roman historians wrote of peculiar phenomena as well. One account speaks of shields or shimmering discs seen hovering above a startled army, glowing with an eerie light before drifting away into the clouds. Another ancient story describes a spark from the heavens that grew into a blazing orb as large as the moon, only to rise up again and disappear like a torch being carried off into the night. Imagine a Roman citizen in 218 BC pausing on a quiet road at dusk. He rubs his eyes in disbelief as he observes what looks like a formation of glowing ships sailing across the twilight sky. These phantom vessels make no sound, yet they shine brightly as they pass overhead, reflecting the last rays of the sun. Word of this vision spreads through the villages, a celestial fleet traversing the sky, leaving observers both amazed and uneasy. In another tale from the ancient world, a fireball-like object is said to have fallen between two armies poised for battle. Its sudden appearance so startling that both sides stopped, gazing up at the fiery apparition rather than at each other. In that brief truce born of wonder, the war on the ground was momentarily forgotten. Even centuries later, such reports continued. In the 1st century AD, as legend has it, Roman scholars like Pliny and Plutarch mentioned odd sights overhead, rings of light, mysterious beams, and figures moving among the clouds. A Jewish historian of that era reported chariots hurtling through the clouds just before a great conflict, as if an unseen celestial army was keeping watch over human affairs. These early chroniclers struggled to describe what they saw in the only terms they knew: shields, chariots, torches, and ships, earthly objects given life in the sky. We cannot know today exactly what these ancient witnesses experienced. Perhaps some saw comets spreading their glowing tails, or meteors flashing brightly before fading. Others might have glimpsed the dancing auroras or rare halos of light around the moon. But a few of their descriptions are so uncanny, so unlike ordinary natural phenomena, that one senses their genuine bewilderment. They looked to their gods and myths for understanding, imagining omens or divine messengers crossing the night. One can picture those distant observers standing quietly in the dark, hearts pounding in a mix of fear and wonder, as a silent light moved in ways no star should move. As night deepens over an ancient landscape, imagine the fire has burned low, and the travellers from our story lie down to rest. One by one, the strange light they witnessed fades from their thoughts, replaced by the familiar glow of the stars. Yet a question lingers in the cool night air. What did we see? In the silence, no answer comes. Only the gentle crackle of embers and the knowledge that the sky still holds secrets that even the wisest among them cannot yet unravel. And so, under the same sky that covers us today, they close their eyes, wonder giving way to dreams filled with stars and mysteries. Dawn gives way to dusk, century after century. By the time of the Renaissance, humanity's view of the cosmos had begun to change with new knowledge, yet the skies still delivered their share of riddles. In the year 1561, as the sun rose over the city of Nuremberg, Germany, townsfolk awoke to an astonishing sight in the early morning light. Dozens of shapes seemed to materialize high above the rooftops, spheres and cylinders and crosses of light, moving erratically across the dawn sky. Startled residents watched in disbelief as these glowing forms darted and looped around each other, almost as if engaged in a silent celestial battle. Red, blue, and black objects appeared to chase one another among the clouds. This eerie performance continued for some minutes, until finally a large dark shape, like an elongated spear, appeared in the sky, and the strange objects scattered and vanished. In the aftermath, broadsheets reported how the fearful witnesses whispered prayers and wondered what divine or otherworldly message such a spectacle could bring. Just a few years later, in 1566, citizens of Basel, Switzerland, reported a similarly perplexing event. In the bright daylight, numerous round disks and globes were seen floating and darting in front of the sun, at times darkening the sky with their strange dance. The chroniclers described these orbs as moving in unpredictable patterns before disappearing. To those who saw them, it was as if the heavens had momentarily come alive with tumbling, playful spheres. These accounts, preserved in woodcut illustrations and letters, suggest that even in an age of nascent science and exploration, people remained deeply mystified by what they saw above. With no concept of aircraft or spacecraft, they could only interpret these phenomena through the lens of religion and superstition, perhaps signs of angels at war or cosmic omens of events to come. As the centuries marched on into the age of reason and invention, reports of unusual aerial sights continued to surface from time to time. In the spring of 1665, fishermen off the coast of Stralsund in the Baltic Sea recounted a chilling scene, a phantom battle in the skies above them. They spoke of seeing shining objects racing and circling one another over the water, and figures like soldiers engaged in an aerial conflict. Then, as abruptly as it began, the vision ended with a large dark object, like a giant plate, crashing down into the sea with a hiss, sending up a plume of water. When the fishermen later tried to describe what they had witnessed, they struggled for words. What could it mean, they wondered, to see armies clashing in the sky? In that era, such a sight might have been recorded as a miracle or a portent, filed away in local lore as another unfathomable occurrence that had no place in the everyday world. By the 19th century, humanity had mapped much of the Earth and was reaching for the secrets of electricity and industry. Yet even as gaslight replaced candlelight in the cities, strange apparitions still flickered in the night skies. In 1883, an astronomer named José Bonilla at a Mexican observatory was observing sunspots through his telescope when something unexpected drifted across the sun's face. To his astonishment, hundreds of dark, unknown objects seemed to be crossing in front of our star, silhouetted against its bright disk. He hurriedly took photographs, capturing these mysterious specks in progression. At the time, Bonilla cautiously reported his observations, suggesting perhaps a flock of high-flying birds or debris passing through space. But deep down, he must have wondered if he had glimpsed something truly extraordinary, an armada of unknown objects sailing through our solar neighborhood, His report was met with curiosity and some skepticism by the scientific community, and to this day, those photographs remain a tantalizing puzzle, provoking modern speculation that ranges from mundane explanations to the fantastic. Not long after Bonilla's curious observation, people around the world began dreaming of taking to the skies themselves. Hot air balloons and early dirigibles proved that humans could float among the clouds, and soon inventors everywhere were imagining airships that could traverse great distances. It was during this fervent age of invention, in the late 1890s, that a wave of mysterious airship sightings swept across the United States. Starting in 1896, reports came pouring in from California to the Midwest of strange, cigar-shaped craft flying overhead, often at night. These were not merely lights or distant shapes, but described as structured airships with bright headlights, whirring motors, and sometimes wings, technologies just beyond the state of the art at the time. Witnesses described these craft maneuvering in ways no balloon could, moving against the wind or quickly darting away. Newspapers eagerly printed fantastical stories. One man claimed he spoke with the inventors of such an airship when it landed briefly in a field, saying they were secret geniuses testing a remarkable new machine. Others in a small town reported that an unknown airship crew even dropped letters down from the sky. Each tale was more sensational than the last, capturing the public's imagination. Most people assumed there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps an eccentric inventor piloting a hidden prototype. Yet no inventor ever came forward. No country claimed the airship as their own creation. The mystery airship wave of 1896 to 1897 gradually faded, leaving a lingering question. Had it all been newspaper exaggerations and hoaxes, or had something truly unexplained been sailing the skies? One famous legend from that 1897 wave tells of a small town in Texas where an airship was said to have crashed. The story goes that early one morning, residents of Aurora, Texas, were startled by a loud explosion. Rushing to an open field, they found wreckage of a strange craft unlike anything they'd seen, and amidst the debris, the body of a very small being, badly injured and not of any known race on Earth. The tale relates that the townsfolk, in their kindness, gave this mysterious pilot a proper burial in the local cemetery. A newspaper of the time carried the fantastical report, describing the fallen object as a cigar-shaped craft and speculating that its pilot must have come from Mars. Though modern investigators have dug into local archives and even the soil of the alleged gravesite, no definitive evidence of the crashed airship or its alien occupant has ever been found. To this day, the Aurora incident remains an eerie folktale, part truth, part myth, emblematic of that bygone era's unsolved mysteries. In these centuries before airplanes and rockets, strange sights in the sky were often met with wide eyes and philosophical pondering. Some thinkers, even as early as the 1700s and 1800s, speculated that perhaps life existed on other planets and could visit us in flying machines. Others firmly believed these odd lights and craft were natural phenomena, perhaps electrical atmospheric displays or misidentified stars. Yet reading the old reports, one senses a quiet continuity. From the ancient shield in the sky to the Victorian airship mystery, people have long felt that the skies might be hiding visitors or wonders just beyond our reach. The language and interpretations changed with the times, but the core experience, a moment of confusion and awe under the silent sky, remained much the same. And as the 20th century dawned, bringing with it the true age of flight and the space age beyond, those sky mysteries were about to take on an even more bewildering new form. The dawn of the 20th century brought the promise of human flight and a sense that science could soon explain all the world's mysteries. Yet, as airplanes took to the skies, the unknown did not disappear. Strange sightings continued, now witnessed by those at the controls of mankind's latest inventions. In the decades before the term UFO was even coined, a scattering of curious reports hinted that something was still watching from above. In 1909, for example, in the remote skies over New Zealand and elsewhere, people reported airship sightings eerily similar to the mystery craft of a decade prior. A few puzzled pilots in the 1920s and 1930s also recounted odd aerial encounters that they could not explain. Lights trailing their aircraft or metallic craft glimpsed far off their wingtips. These early anecdotes seldom made more than local news, but they set the stage for what was to come. By the time World War II engulfed the globe, the sky was filled with more aircraft than ever before, and with them came a new wave of unexplained phenomena. Allied airmen at night often spoke in hushed tones about Foo Fighters, glowing orbs of light that would appear suddenly and dance around their planes in the darkness. Imagine a weary bomber crew flying through a moonlit night, deep over enemy territory, when a bright orange sphere suddenly appears off one wing. It keeps pace effortlessly, bobbing and weaving as if inquisitive, yet never attacking. The stunned pilot rubs his eyes. The gunner refrains from firing, unsure whether the object is even solid. In some cases, these fiery globes seem to toy with the planes for minutes before streaking off at unbelievable speed. Pilots and crew were baffled. Were these enemy secret weapons designed to confuse them? Or something not of this world? Despite numerous encounters across Europe and the Pacific, the mysterious Foo Fighters never harmed the crews and left behind only questions. Military intelligence investigated but found no concrete answers, and these encounters faded with the war's end. Footnotes in pilots' diaries, waiting for a name that had not yet been invented. Not long after, in the uneasy peace following World War II, another startling series of events unfolded, this time in the bright light of day. In the summer of 1946, reports flooded in from Sweden and across Scandinavia of odd, rocket-like objects streaking through the skies. Dubbed ghost rockets by the press, these phantom missiles were seen by hundreds of credible witnesses, including military officers and ordinary citizens. They would appear suddenly, often in broad daylight, fast-moving cylindrical shapes, sometimes leaving behind trails, other times gliding silently. In some accounts, these ghost rockets seemed to crash into lakes or the sea, sending up sprays of water. Yet searches yielded no wreckage, no sign of any impact. At first, some suspected they were stray Soviet test rockets or remnants of wartime German technology being secretly launched. But no fragments were ever found, and the pattern of sightings did not fit any known tests. Day after day that year, Scandinavians watched the skies with a mix of excitement and trepidation as one rocket after another was reported zipping overhead. By autumn, the wave of ghost rockets quietly subsided as mysteriously as it began. The Swedish government, after investigating numerous cases, remained perplexed and ultimately concluded that while many sightings could be meteors, others defied easy explanation. Across the ocean in the United States, tensions ran high in those post-war years. Early one winter morning in 1942, during the height of the war, residents of Los Angeles had been jolted awake by air raid sirens and the thunder of anti-aircraft guns. In what newspapers would dub the Battle of Los Angeles, the city's defenses unleashed a fiery barrage into the night sky at an unidentified object or objects spotted above. Searchlights crisscrossed the darkness, converging on a glowing shape that dozens of artillery shells burst around. To the frightened observers on the ground, it seemed as though an enemy airship, or perhaps something far stranger, was hovering right over the city. Shrapnel rained down and explosions lit up the sky for hours. When dawn arrived, the mysterious intruder, if there had been one at all, was gone. There were no downed planes, no obvious target hit by the torrent of fire. The military's official explanation was that false alarms and war nerves had caused the incident, possibly triggered by a stray weather balloon or flares. But to those who lived through that tense night, peering up at the dark skies filled with searchlight beams and unknown shapes, the experience felt as real as any battle. Photographs from that night show converging lights and smoke hovering over the city, a haunting image that many later likened to an encounter with the unknown. It became one of the first widely publicized peacetime UFO incidents, even before flying saucers had a name. By the mid-1940s, then, the stage was set. Humanity had endured a world war and entered the atomic age, looking toward the future with hope and a fair share of anxiety. The skies had been witness to dogfights and bombers, but also to lights and objects that no one could quite identify. People around the globe had seen tantalizing glimpses of something beyond the ordinary, from playful nocturnal orbs to silent rockets and hovering mysteries. Still, these events were largely isolated and unconnected in the public mind. Few realized that they were on the verge of a new era, one in which the mystery lights in the sky would coalesce into a phenomenon that would captivate millions. All it would take was a clear summer's day, a lone pilot, and a story that would ignite the modern flying saucer age. On a bright June afternoon in 1947, a lone private pilot named Kenneth Arnold was flying his small plane past the snow-capped peaks of Washington state. The air was calm and the sky crystal clear as Arnold, a respected businessman and experienced aviator, scanned the horizon for a missing military transport plane he had volunteered to help search for. Near Mount Rainier's majestic summit, something suddenly caught his eye, an unexpected flash, like sunlight glinting off a mirror. Then another. He turned his cockpit to investigate, thinking perhaps he had spotted another aircraft. What he saw would soon captivate the world. In the distance, Arnold observed a formation of 9 very bright objects, zooming across the sky in a diagonal chain. They moved astonishingly fast, darting from mountain peak to peak in seconds. Arnold at first thought they might be jets, but their shape and motion were unlike any plane he knew. He later described them as flat and roughly circular, almost like thin crescent-shaped discs. They glimmered bright silvery in the afternoon sun, and flew with a strange motion, wobbling and tipping side to side as they went. Amazed, Arnold watched as the objects weaved between Mount Rainier and the neighbouring Mount Adams. He noted their flight seemed extremely smooth, despite the odd motion. There was no sound, no trail, just uncanny speed. Using his plane's instruments and the known distance between the mountain peaks, Arnold roughly calculated that these mystery craft were travelling at an incredible speed of over 1,000 miles per hour, far faster than any known aircraft in 1947. Filled with both excitement and perplexity, Arnold landed later that day and immediately told fellow pilots and staff at a nearby airport about what he had seen. News of his report spread quickly. Within days, a local newspaper interviewed Arnold, who earnestly recounted the sighting in detail. During the interview, he struggled to convey the peculiar motion of the craft. Arnold said they flew like a saucer would if you skipped it across water, referring to the way a flat stone skims and bounces along the surface of a lake. That vivid analogy would give birth to a new phrase. In bold headlines, newspapers declared that a pilot had spotted flying saucers in the skies over America. The public was immediately fascinated. Here was a credible witness, a well-regarded pilot, not only claiming to see something utterly strange, but describing it in a way that fired the imagination. Flying saucer became the buzzword of the day, and Arnold's calm, detailed account of the 9 shining objects was printed in newspapers across the nation. Radio shows mentioned it in their broadcasts. Curious citizens looked up at the sky with renewed wonder and a bit of trepidation. Arnold himself, initially simply baffled and curious, found his life upended by the media frenzy. Reporters besieged him with questions, and some people openly doubted his story or offered their own theories. Perhaps he saw secret military test aircraft, or a mirage of snow on the mountains. Arnold firmly insisted he knew what weather balloons and aircraft looked like, and this was something far beyond that, something unknown. In the weeks that followed, Kenneth Arnold's sighting proved to be a catalyst. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of other people across the country soon came forward with their own accounts of strange objects in the skies, especially as the term flying saucer danced on everyone's lips. But in those first days after June 24th, 1947, Arnold stood virtually alone in the spotlight, a man who unwittingly opened the door to the modern UFO era. He later remarked that he had no idea his offhand description would spark such a sensation. All he knew was that he had witnessed something extraordinary that clear summer afternoon over Washington, a formation of unknown craft that defied explanation. And as the world began to grapple with the implications of flying saucers, Arnold's experience marked the end of an age of innocence and the beginning of a new chapter in humanity's age-old gaze toward the skies. In the fevered summer of 1947, Kenneth Arnold's story sparked a nationwide sensation. Almost overnight, flying saucers went from a peculiar news item to a full-fledged cultural phenomenon. Within days of Arnold's report hitting the press, people across the United States began reporting their own sightings of strange objects darting through the skies. Newspapers eagerly collected these accounts, often placing them right beside stories of local events and international affairs. Glancing at the morning paper over coffee, readers might see headlines like "Disc-shaped objects spotted by multiple witnesses" or "Mystery lights streak over City Hall," and wonder if something truly out of this world was visiting their quiet hometown. Some reports were undoubtedly misidentifications, bright meteors slicing through the night or weather balloons catching the sun at dusk. But others came from steady-handed pilots and seasoned police officers, leaving even skeptics scratching their heads. A sense of excited uncertainty hung in the summer air. For many, the idea that we might not be alone in the universe suddenly felt a bit more plausible. As sightings piled up in early July, the public's fascination only grew. Radios crackled with news of flying saucers during lunch hours, and families gathered around dinner tables to trade the latest rumored encounter someone had heard on the grapevine. Then, in the first week of July 1947, an incident in the New Mexico desert took the UFO craze to a whole new level. A rancher outside the town of Roswell discovered strange debris scattered across his sheep pasture. Shiny, foil-like scraps, bits of lightweight wood, and objects he couldn't recognize. He reported the find to the local sheriff, who in turn contacted the nearby Army airfield. In an astonishing move, on July 8, 1947, the US Army issued a press release announcing that they had recovered a flying disc from the rancher's property. For a few electrifying hours, it seemed as if the greatest mystery of all had been solved. Proof of an unknown flying craft was literally in military hands. The story flashed across news wires around the globe, and the name Roswell was suddenly on everyone's lips. However, that triumph of imagination was short-lived. The very next day, the Army abruptly retracted their statement, saying that it had all been a misunderstanding. The so-called flying saucer, officials explained, was nothing more than a weather balloon that had crashed on the ranch. They even showed pieces of rubber and foil to reporters as evidence, insisting these were the same materials the rancher had found. Many accepted this explanation, and the excitement around Roswell's captured saucer seemed to fade, at least for the time being. But a seed of doubt had been planted. A number of observers, including some involved in the recovery, quietly questioned if the debris really looked like a weather balloon. Yet in 1947, most people moved on. The world was busy with post-war recovery and the dawning Cold War. Still, for those who had thrilled to the idea that the Roswell wreckage might be something truly alien, the abrupt reversal felt puzzling and unsatisfying. In later decades, Roswell would resurface as a linchpin of UFO lore, with claims of crashed alien craft and government cover-ups. But in that frenzied summer, it was largely filed away as just another odd footnote in the flying saucer wave. Even as the Roswell excitement settled, the broader flying saucer craze remained in full swing. Through the rest of 1947, reports of unidentified disks came in from nearly every state and many other countries as well. Cartoonists sketched playful aliens in saucers for the newspapers, while entrepreneurs sold novelty items like saucer hats and toys to capitalize on the craze. The US military, inundated with sighting reports, quietly began an inquiry of its own, trying to determine if there was any threat or substance to these stories. Some in the Pentagon worried at first that the objects might be advanced foreign aircraft spying on America's defenses. By the end of the year, the Army Air Force had set up a small unit to collect and analyze UFO reports, an effort that would soon evolve into a formal project to study the phenomenon. For the general public, the late 1940s were a time of wonder and wary curiosity. Science fiction was blossoming in popular culture, and the notion of visitors from outer space found an eager audience. Each new sighting account was like a tiny thrill, discussed at work, debated on radio talk shows, and scrutinized by amateur skywatchers. Skeptics and believers emerged in equal measure. Some folks chuckled at the idea of little green men zooming around, chalking up the sightings to hoaxes or imagination. But others, including respected community members, confessed that they too had seen something they couldn't explain in those strange months. There was no easy resolution. No definitive proof landed in the public's hands that year, nor did the sightings cease altogether. What remained was an atmosphere of possibility, an exhilarating and disquieting sense that the world had suddenly become a bit more mysterious. By the time the initial flurry of flying saucer sightings began to taper off toward the end of 1947, one thing was clear. The UFO phenomenon had staked its claim in the modern consciousness. What started with a lone pilot's breathtaking account had blossomed into a collective intrigue spanning continents. People were looking up at the sky with a new mix of wonder and apprehension, whispering about lights and disks and what they might mean. And while that first summer of saucers eventually gave way to autumn and winter, it was only the opening chapter of a story that would continue to unfold in the decades ahead, filled with more sightings, more questions, and the enduring hope and fear that perhaps we are not alone in the universe. The flying saucer craze of the late 1940s did not go unnoticed by the authorities. As reports of strange aerial phenomena continued into the 1950s, the United States government quietly began organizing efforts to understand just what was happening in the skies. What at first had been informal inquiries now evolved into official investigations. The US Air Force, tasked with safeguarding the nation's airspace, set up dedicated projects with code names like Sign, Grudge, and later the more enduring Blue Book. In dimly lit offices, military analysts pored over sighting reports, trying to separate misidentified aircraft and weather balloons from incidents that truly defied explanation. To the public, the government maintained a calm, almost dismissive exterior, often attributing sightings to natural causes or imagination. But behind closed doors, there was genuine concern. Could any of these unidentified objects be advanced aircraft from an adversary, or even something not of this earth? One early turning point came in the summer of 1952, when a series of high-profile sightings occurred right over the nation's capital. Over several sticky July nights, radar operators in Washington, D.C. picked up mysterious blips darting across their screens near important government buildings. Witnesses on the ground, including airline pilots and military personnel, reported seeing bright lights zipping through the dark sky at incredible speeds. Startled by these events, the Air Force scrambled jet fighters to intercept the intruders. Each time, however, the uncanny lights would vanish into the night or suddenly shoot off beyond reach, as if playing a game of cat and mouse. Newspaper headlines about unknown objects over Capitol stirred public anxiety and fascination. In response, President Harry Truman himself requested to be kept informed, and top military brass held a press conference to assure the public that there was no cause for alarm. Behind the scenes, these Washington sightings lent urgency to the Air Force's UFO inquiry. Not long after, a special panel of scientists was convened to review the best UFO cases. They recommended that the phenomenon be downplayed to avoid public panic. And so, as the 1950s unfolded, official policy became one of quiet investigation, coupled with outward skepticism. Throughout Project Blue Book's nearly two-decade run, thousands of UFO reports were collected and analyzed. Most were resolved as ordinary phenomena: a bright star, a stray weather balloon, peculiar clouds or aircraft seen under unusual conditions. But a small percentage stubbornly resisted explanation. Air Force investigators sometimes found themselves scratching their heads over credible reports from pilots or radar operators that seemed to describe something truly unknown. These unknowns, perhaps a few hundred cases, kept the flame of curiosity alive within the ranks. Still, the public face of the Blue Book investigation remained cautious. Officers in crisp uniforms would often tell reporters that nothing of defense significance had been found, that flying saucers posed no threat, and that virtually all sightings had prosaic explanations. Many citizens took comfort in these reassurances, while others suspected that important information was being kept secret. As the years passed, the tension between public skepticism and private wonder continued. By 1966, amid another wave of sightings, the Air Force commissioned a university study to definitively settle the question of UFOs. After 2 years of study, the resulting 1968 report, known as the Condon Report, concluded that further investigation of UFOs was unlikely to yield significant scientific discoveries. Citing this, Project Blue Book was formally ended in 1969. With that closure came an official statement. No evidence of extraterrestrial vehicles had been found, and the majority of UFO sightings were misidentifications or hoaxes. To many, it seemed the chapter of official UFO study was closing with a gentle shrug. Yet, even as Blue Book's files were packed away, not everyone was convinced that the story was over. Some of the project's own personnel quietly voiced that a true mystery still lingered in a handful of cases, and countless civilians, as well as a few outspoken military and intelligence officers, continued to report encounters that occurred outside the scope of the official investigations. In smoky diners and over backyard fences, people still whispered about cover-ups and something out there. The government's stance had moved the UFO topic out of the limelight, but the sightings and the questions had never really stopped. By the end of the 1960s, a pattern had been set. Authorities would publicly yawn at the notion of flying saucers, even as fascination among portions of the public, and quietly within some agencies, lived on. It was as if the mystery had merely slipped into the shadows for a time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. During the same years that officials were studying UFOs from afar, some people began reporting encounters that were far more personal and unsettling. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, The UFO phenomenon was no longer just about strange lights or distant craft. It began to include stories of actual contact. A few individuals, known as contactees, even claimed that they met with benevolent alien visitors who shared cosmic wisdom and toured our planet in gleaming ships. These tales, often hopeful or fantastical, were usually met with public skepticism or gentle bemusement. But soon, a different, darker kind of close encounter would seize attention. Accounts of people who said they were taken aboard unknown craft against their will. One night, in the early autumn of 1961, a New Hampshire couple named Betty and Barney Hill set out on a long drive home from a vacation. As they travelled along a quiet country road under a starry sky, they noticed a bright light in the sky that seemed to be following them. Curious and a bit uneasy, the Hills stopped their car at a lonely spot to get a better look. Through binoculars, Betty observed an odd, spinning craft with multicoloured lights, while Barney, a World War II veteran, initially reasoned it must be a conventional airplane, until it swooped closer, moving in a way no plane could. Growing alarmed, Barney hurried back to the car, and the couple sped off, trying to make sense of the object that now appeared to chase them. The next thing the Hills clearly remembered was driving some miles down the road, feeling disoriented and oddly anxious. When they finally arrived home, they realized their journey had taken 2 hours longer than it should have. They could not account for the lost time. In the weeks that followed, Betty was troubled by vivid dreams in which strange beings walked her and Barney into a metallic craft and conducted gentle examinations on them. Barney, too, felt an unshakable sense that something more had happened during that blank period of time they couldn't remember. Seeking answers, the Hills eventually underwent hypnotherapy with a reputable psychiatrist. To their surprise, under hypnosis, both Betty and Barney separately recounted matching stories of being stopped on the road by humanoid figures, taken aboard a spacecraft, and subjected to curious medical tests before being released, dazed, back into the night. These hypnotic sessions were emotionally intense, with Barney in particular exhibiting great distress as he relived the encounter. When their account became public, a couple of years later, it caused a sensation. The idea that ordinary people could be abducted by visitors from beyond the Earth was both frightening and riveting. Many were skeptical, of course, attributing the Hills' experience to dreams or psychological phenomena. Yet the consistency of their stories and their evident sincerity left others believing that the Hills might genuinely have experienced something beyond the ordinary. Betty and Barney Hill's story marked the first widely reported alien abduction case, but it would not be the last. In the decades that followed, numerous individuals around the world stepped forward with eerily similar tales of missing time, strange lights, and memories of beings performing examinations or communicating telepathically. The details varied. Some described small grey-skinned figures with large dark eyes, while others spoke of different entities. But the core narrative often echoed the Hills' experience on that lonely New England road. These accounts, sometimes retrieved through hypnosis and other times remembered consciously, added a deeply personal dimension to the UFO mystery. No longer were unexplained encounters confined to the skies. They had entered homes, cars, and bedrooms, according to those who came forward. One of the most famous of these later cases occurred in 1975 in the tall pine forests of Arizona. A young forestry worker named Travis Walton and 6 fellow crewmen were heading home after a day of cutting trees when they spotted a glowing object hovering in the woods. Walton, curious and impetuous, left the truck to get a closer look despite his friends' frantic warnings. In a heartbeat, a bright beam of light shot out from the craft, striking Walton and throwing him to the ground. Terrified, his co-workers fled, thinking they had just witnessed their friend's horrific death. When they returned a short time later, Travis Walton was gone without a trace. A massive search ensued, involving police and volunteers combing the chilly autumn woods. 5 days later, Walton reappeared, dazed and dehydrated, claiming he had been taken aboard a strange craft. He recounted waking up inside a curved metallic room, surrounded by small beings, and later encountering human-like figures who escorted him in the craft. Walton's co-workers, who had reported the incident immediately, were accused by some of foul play or fabrication, yet they all passed polygraph tests about what they had seen, and Walton himself passed multiple tests about his experience. His story, like The Hills, became a best-selling book and even a Hollywood film adaptation, spreading the narrative of alien abduction to an even wider audience. For every sensational account like Walton's, there were many other quieter stories. Individuals recounting in hushed voices how they awoke from a puzzling night with inexplicable marks on their bodies, or memories of floating towards a brilliant light. By the 1980s and 1990s, the concept of alien abduction had firmly embedded itself into popular culture and psychology. Books, movies, and television shows began to explore these themes, reflecting society's growing curiosity and unease. Support groups quietly formed for those who felt they had encountered the unknown, and researchers wrote thick volumes cataloguing common threads among abduction claims. The broader scientific community remained highly skeptical, often attributing these experiences to sleep paralysis, hallucinations, or creative imagination. But to the experiences themselves, the fear, wonder, and lasting emotional impact they described felt all too real. In the gentle quiet of midnight, as one lies in bed and gazes towards the ceiling, it's easy to understand both the doubt and the belief that surround these stories. Could the soft patter of rain or the hum of the house conceal an otherworldly visitor's approach? Or are our minds simply weaving dreams from the cloth of our hopes and fears? The truth remains elusive. What is certain is that these intimate encounter stories of being touched, examined, or transported by mysterious beings have become an indelible part of the UFO lore. They add a human face to the cosmic mystery, not just lights in the sky, but lives changed in the dark of night, leaving us with whispers of experiences that science has yet to fully explain. As the UFO saga continued, it became clear that mysterious encounters were by no means limited to any one country. Around the globe, people from all walks of life reported incidents that were as compelling as they were enigmatic. In fact, some of the most intriguing unsolved cases unfolded far from American skies, reinforcing the sense that whatever the UFO phenomenon represented, it was a worldwide mystery. One cold night in late December 1980, at a quiet Royal Air Force base in the English countryside, US servicemen experienced something that would haunt them for years. The base, nestled next to the dark Rendlesham Forest, became the site of a series of eerie events over 2 consecutive nights. It began when security patrols spotted strange, colourful lights descending among the trees. Thinking perhaps a plane had crashed, a small team ventured into the moonlit woods to investigate. As they moved between the towering pines, the air crackling with static, they came upon a sight straight out of science fiction. A small, glowing craft, metallic in appearance, hovering just above the forest floor. One airman later described its surface as covered in hieroglyphic-like symbols. When they approached, the craft darted away through the trees at incredible speed. The next night, high-ranking officers went out to test the reality of these sightings. Among them was the deputy base commander, who carried a handheld audio recorder, narrating in hushed, astonished tones as strange lights danced in the distance. He and others saw a brilliant beam of light shoot down from the sky into the base's weapons storage area. By morning, physical traces were reportedly found where the object had been seen, impressions in the soil and elevated radiation readings. Official explanations were never satisfying. A nearby lighthouse's beam was suggested, implausibly, by skeptics. To this day, the Rendlesham Forest incident remains one of Britain's most famous and baffling UFO encounters, often dubbed Britain's Roswell, with its witnesses, trained military observers, adamant that they encountered craft not of any conventional make. Around the same era, over the vast deserts and mountains of Iran, another extraordinary confrontation between a UFO and military personnel took place. In the pre-dawn hours of September 19, 1976, Iranian Air Force jets were scrambled to intercept a luminous object that was reported by frightened civilians and picked up on radar near Tehran. As a young pilot hurtled toward the brilliant diamond-shaped craft in his F-4 Phantom II fighter, he could see it emitting an intense multicolored glow. Suddenly, the object released a smaller bright orb that sped directly towards his jet. In that instant, the pilot's fire control panel went dead. His missiles and guns jammed, unresponsive. Alarmed, he tried to eject, but even that system malfunctioned. Desperately maneuvering, he evaded the orb, which then returned to the main object and merged with it. Both then shot off at blinding speed. A second jet dispatched to the scene experienced similar instrument failures whenever it neared the UFO. When the mysterious craft finally vanished, it left the pilots and ground controllers awestruck. A detailed report of this encounter eventually made its way into US intelligence files, describing the incident in sober detail. The Tehran UFO dogfight, as it's sometimes called, remains unexplained, a case where a UFO seemingly demonstrated technological capabilities far beyond our own, disabling advanced fighter jets with ease. Throughout the late 20th century, similar puzzling incidents were recorded from Belgium to Brazil, from Russia to Japan. In Belgium, during the winter of 1989 to 1990, hundreds of citizens, police officers, and military radar operators witnessed large triangular objects with bright lights silently cruising over towns and countryside. The Belgian Air Force even dispatched F-16 fighters to chase these phenomena. Though the triangles showed up on radar and appeared to toy with the jets, making impossible rapid maneuvers, the pilots could never get close enough to identify the intruders before they accelerated away at unbelievable speeds. The Belgian wave, documented with photographs and multiple eyewitnesses, went unexplained despite official investigations, and it stands as one of the best attested mass sighting events in history. In a quiet schoolyard in Zimbabwe in 1994, more than 60 schoolchildren claimed that a disc-shaped craft landed near their playground and that strange beings emerged, conveying telepathic messages urging care for Earth. An account so extraordinary that researchers from across the world travelled to interview the young witnesses, who recounted remarkably consistent stories. These cases, and many like them, had no easy answers. Governments often studied them quietly or offered bland public dismissals, but the individuals who saw these things up close were changed forever. Whether a hovering object in a lonely forest, a high-speed aerial chess match between jet and unknown craft, or a silent triangle drifting over a village, such encounters left indelible impressions of wonder, confusion, and sometimes fear. By the end of the 20th century, reports of UFOs had been officially collected for decades across many nations, yet no consensus had emerged about their origin. Some thought these sightings were secret advanced aircraft tested by world powers. Others believed they might be natural phenomena, not yet understood by science. And of course, many kept open the tantalizing possibility that some of these encounters were evidence of visitations from civilizations beyond our own. As humanity entered the 21st century, the UFO mystery had not only persisted, it had become part of the cultural fabric worldwide. People in nearly every country could look up at their night sky and wonder if that moving light or sudden flash might be something more, a question that transcended borders and united sky-gazers in curiosity and awe. Entering the 21st century, UFOs, or as they were increasingly rebranded, unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, managed to step once again from the fringes into the realm of serious discussion. After a relative lull in sensational sightings at the end of the 1990s, a series of events and revelations in the new millennium reignited public interest and even prompted official acknowledgement that something unexplained was indeed skimming through our skies. One of the most striking mass sightings in modern memory took place on a mild March evening in 1997 in the American Southwest. Thousands of residents in and around Phoenix, Arizona, looked up to see a huge V-shaped formation of lights gliding silently overhead. To some, it appeared as a solid craft blotting out the stars. To others, a perfectly spaced cluster of lights moving in unison. It was extraordinarily large. Witnesses described it as the size of several football fields. Yet it made no sound at all. People pulled over in their cars, stood in their backyards, and watched in awe and puzzlement as the slow-moving configuration passed above, heading steadily across the night sky. Calls flooded local air bases and news stations. The incident, soon dubbed the Phoenix Lights, became one of the best documented UFO sightings ever, with camcorder videos and countless eyewitness testimonies. The US Air Force eventually explained the later appearance of stationary lights, seen that night around 10 p.m., as flares from a training exercise. But that did little to satisfy those who had seen the enormous, silent V-shape earlier that evening. The Phoenix Lights left an eerie imprint on the city, an unsolved celestial display witnessed by so many that it could not be simply brushed away. Even as public fascination ebbed and flowed, behind the scenes, some militaries and intelligence agencies quietly continued paying attention to the UFO mystery. A stunning example came to light from the Pacific Ocean, dating back to 2004, but kept mostly under wraps until much later. On a crisp November day of that year, off the coast of California, the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group was conducting routine training exercises when several of its sophisticated sensors picked up something unexpected. An object hovering high above the ocean, then darting about at incredible speeds. A pair of Navy fighter jets were directed to intercept. When the pilots arrived at the coordinates, they saw a disturbance in the water below, as if something large had just submerged, and moments later, they noticed an object in the sky. It was white, oval-shaped, and about the size of a jetliner, but with no wings, no exhaust plumes, nothing that identified it as a conventional aircraft. This object moved in astonishing ways. At one moment it hung motionless. The next it accelerated or changed direction in an instant, easily outmaneuvering the Navy's FA-18 Super Hornets. One pilot described it as looking like a giant tic-tac breath mint. The pilots, baffled and excited, managed to capture a brief infrared video of the thing as it zoomed away. For years, this encounter remained known only to the crews involved and a handful of officials. Then, in December 2017, the UFO topic burst into the mainstream news in a way not seen since the 1940s. Major media outlets reported that the Pentagon had been running a quiet program to study UFO encounters, and along with this revelation, they released declassified footage taken by US Navy pilots, including the 2004 incident and others from 2015, showing unknown objects performing extraordinary aerial maneuvers. Suddenly, the conversation about "Are we alone?" gained a fresh credibility. Navy pilots began speaking openly about seeing strange things in the skies during their missions. The US Navy even updated its guidelines for personnel on how to report unexplained aerial sightings, effectively acknowledging that these incidents were real and worth investigating, even if their nature remained unknown. In 2020 and 2021, the US government issued public reports admitting that a number of military encounters with UAP defied conventional explanation, though stopping short of suggesting an extraterrestrial origin. Other countries' defense officials and scientists also began urging a more serious look at the phenomena. All this has given a new, more sober tone to the age-old mystery. What once was largely relegated to science fiction conventions and late-night talk radio is now discussed in congressional hearings and scientific conferences. Yet, for all the fresh data and official interest, the core enigma persists. Strange lights and objects continue to be reported by both astonished citizens and seasoned pilots. The fundamental questions remain. What, truly, are these phenomena? Are they advanced technologies crafted in secret here on Earth? Are they rare natural phenomena playing tricks on our senses? Or might they, at least in part, be evidence that we are being observed by someone, or something, beyond our world? As the second decade of the 21st century progresses, humanity finds itself in a remarkable position, finally able to talk openly about these once taboo mysteries without as much ridicule, yet still without clear answers. Perhaps in the coming years, improved sensors, open-minded research, and maybe even a bit of cosmic luck will solve the riddle. Until then, the skies beckon us to keep watching and wondering. On clear nights, when the stars spread across the vault of heaven, one can step outside, breathe in the cool air, and gaze upward. The universe stretches out beyond in endless depth and possibility. And among those silent stars, the questions linger, carried on a gentle breeze. What might be out there, watching, or even visiting here? The answers, as ever, await somewhere in the silence and the starlight. For now, those questions softly accompany us into the night, as mysterious and vast as the universe itself. One warm summer night in 1947, the vast silence of the New Mexico desert was broken by a mysterious event. On a remote ranch outside the town of Roswell, something unusual appeared to fall from the sky. The next morning, a rancher named Mac Brazel set out on horseback to check on his sheep after a night of intense thunderstorms. As he rode across the rocky pastures, Brazel noticed odd pieces of debris scattered across the ground. The material was unlike anything he had seen before, with bits of lightweight, shiny foil-like substance and strange rubbery fragments that didn't seem to burn or bend in the expected way. Brazel was puzzled. The pieces were thin and lightweight, yet incredibly tough. Some seemed to have weird symbols on them, resembling purplish tape with mysterious markings. The sheep refused to cross the field where the debris lay, which made Brazel even more uneasy. He collected some of the material and brought it to the attention of the local sheriff in Roswell. The sheriff, equally baffled by the peculiar debris, reached out to the nearby Roswell Army Airfield to report the find. Before long, military officers arrived and cordoned off the area. Among them was Major Jesse Marcel, an intelligence officer from the base. Marcel carefully examined the strewn wreckage. He later described pieces of a strange paper-thin metal that would return to its original shape no matter how it was crumpled. There were also lightweight wooden-looking beams, but when Marcel tried to burn or break them, They wouldn't catch fire and were extremely resilient. The material clearly didn't come from any conventional aircraft or weather balloon known at that time. Marcel and his team gathered up as much of the debris as they could, loading it into army vehicles under a shroud of secrecy. The ranch land was now quiet again, but the mystery was only beginning. The news broke the next day in dramatic fashion. On July 8, 1947, the Roswell Army Airfield issued an astonishing press release. They had recovered a flying disc from a ranch in the area. For a brief moment, it seemed the military had confirmed the crash of something not from this world. Newspapers printed sensational headlines, and the story spread rapidly across the nation and beyond. In cafes and living rooms, people spoke in hushed but excited tones. Could it be true that an extraterrestrial craft had been found on Earth? The idea seemed both thrilling and unsettling. Yet almost as quickly as it had emerged, the story shifted. Within a day, the Army Air Force abruptly retracted their flying disc announcement. A new explanation was offered. The debris, they said, was nothing extraordinary at all, just the remains of a conventional weather balloon. To reinforce this narrative, the military invited press to photograph Major Marcel posing with debris that looked like foil from a regular balloon and bits of wood from a kite. In these staged photos, Marcel knelt and held up pieces of what indeed appeared to be a torn balloon reflector, the kind used in weather measurements. The message to the public was clear. There was no flying saucer, just a misunderstanding and some weather equipment. This sudden reversal left many feeling puzzled. Only a day earlier, officials had spoken of capturing a flying disc, fueling imaginations of visitors from the skies. Now they insisted it was a simple mistake. In Roswell, some locals quietly questioned the new narrative. Mac Brazel himself, the rancher, was reportedly taken into custody for a few days by the military and instructed not to talk to reporters about what he had seen. Something about the whole situation felt odd. Could a trained intelligence officer like Major Marcel really have mistaken mundane balloon debris for something as extraordinary as a crashed saucer? And why had the army made such a dramatic announcement only to backtrack so completely? After the brief frenzy of attention, the incident seemed to fade away. The world moved on, and for decades, the Roswell flying disc was largely forgotten outside of New Mexico. The official story of a weather balloon was accepted by most, and the desert quietly reclaimed its secrets. But the embers of mystery at Roswell never fully died out. Whispers persisted among some Roswell residents and a few UFO enthusiasts that something more than a balloon had crashed back in 47. Still, with no new evidence, the tale remained a dusty footnote of the early UFO era, a curiosity mentioned occasionally in books about flying saucers, but not the global legend it would later become. It wasn't until the late 1970s that Roswell would leap back into the spotlight and capture the world's imagination anew. In 1978, a nuclear physicist turned UFO researcher named Stanton Friedman tracked down Major Jesse Marcel for an interview. Marcel was now retired from the military, and what he told Friedman was astonishing. Marcel claimed that the weather balloon explanation had been a cover story. He asserted that the materials he collected on that ranch in 1947 were like nothing made on this earth, and that he believed the wreckage came from an extraterrestrial craft. Marcel's words reopened a mystery that had been dormant for 30 years. Suddenly, researchers and journalists began digging into Roswell's forgotten files. In 1980, a book titled The Roswell Incident hit the shelves, co-written by Charles Berlitz and William Moore. This book brought the Roswell story to a mass audience, claiming that not only had a spacecraft crashed, but that alien bodies were recovered by the military. The authors painted a dramatic picture. They described how small extraterrestrial beings might have been found among the wreckage, and how the government whisked everything away to secret facilities. As people read these accounts, Roswell started to become a household name, synonymous with UFO cover-ups and cosmic conspiracy. Over the years that followed, more individuals stepped forward with claims about what happened that summer of 1947 near Roswell. Some were former military personnel or their relatives. Others were locals who said they had heard things through the grapevine. Their stories varied. Some spoke of seeing not just debris, but also alien corpses at the crash site or in hangars. A nurse's tale emerged about assisting with alien autopsies. There were even whispers of a second crash site, as if multiple craft had been involved. The Roswell legend was growing with each telling, becoming more elaborate and at times more contradictory. By the early 1990s, Roswell had transformed into the centerpiece of UFO lore. Television shows and documentaries featured Roswell as the ultimate proof of a government hiding evidence of visitors from other worlds. The small city of Roswell embraced its fame, opening a UFO museum and hosting festivals that drew enthusiasts from around the globe. Tourists arrived, eager to see the place where it all happened, and to imagine the desert sands where aliens might once have lain. Roswell was no longer just a quiet desert town. It was an icon of mystery. Amid the growing frenzy, the United States Air Force decided to address the story once and for all. In 1994, nearly 50 years after the incident, the Air Force released a detailed report about Roswell. They acknowledged that the weather balloon explanation back in 1947 hadn't been entirely truthful. The debris, the report said, did come from a balloon, but not an ordinary weather balloon. It was from a top-secret program called Project Mogul. Project Mogul was a Cold War effort in which the military launched high-altitude balloons equipped with sensitive microphones designed to detect Soviet nuclear tests from afar. One of these Mogul balloon trains, carrying unusual arrays of equipment, had apparently crashed on that ranch land. This, the Air Force claimed, accounted for the strange foil, sticks, and other materials found by Brazel and Marcel. The odd symbols. They suggested these were decorative markings on the tape used in the balloon's construction. According to this report, there was nothing extraterrestrial about Roswell, just a secret military project whose details had been concealed for national security reasons. However, one nagging part of the legend remained. What about the reports of alien bodies? The Air Force tackled that too. In a follow-up report in 1997, they concluded that stories of recovered alien bodies likely stemmed not from 1947 at all, but from later test programs. In the 1950s, the Air Force had conducted parachute experiments using anthropomorphic dummies dropped from high altitudes to study safety for pilots. These dummy drops happened in New Mexico and often involved military recoveries of the test devices. The Air Force suggested that memories of those later dummy recoveries, perhaps mixed with the Roswell incident over time, led to the tales of alien bodies on the desert floor. In short, the official word was that there were no aliens at Roswell, just balloons and crash test dummies, woven into myth by time and speculation. Many accepted these explanations, finding comfort in a prosaic answer to the Roswell riddle. But for others, the reports raised as many questions as they answered. Why had witnesses like Marcel remained adamant that what they handled was not of this earth? Could all the additional testimony about bodies and multiple crash sites simply be misremembered events and rumors? Some pointed out that Project Mogul was indeed real, but wondered if even that could be a convenient half-truth, masking something beyond our understanding. The allure of Roswell's mystery proved irresistible. Despite official denials, a large number of people continued to believe that the government was hiding the truth about an extraterrestrial encounter. Today, the Roswell incident stands as a foundational story in UFO lore. It encapsulates the modern mystery of UFOs in a single narrative, a possibly otherworldly event, an official cover story, years of silence, and a dramatic resurgence fueled by witnesses and researchers seeking the truth. Whether one accepts the official account or believes that Roswell was something beyond the ordinary, the tale has had an undeniable impact. It has inspired countless books, films, and discussions about our place in the universe. A simple field of debris in the New Mexico desert has become a symbol, a beginning to what would be a long, winding saga of humanity's encounters with the unknown. As the Roswell story fades into the warm desert twilight, it leaves us with a sense of both wonder and wariness. It reminds us that sometimes answers change over time, and mysteries can take on lives of their own. From that quiet ranch in 1947 grew a legend that still captures our imagination. It was only the beginning. In the years and decades after Roswell, sightings of strange objects in the skies would continue. The era of flying saucers was only just dawning, and many more mysteries lay ahead. In the decade after Roswell, sightings of strange objects in the sky continued. But something new was also happening. People began reporting encounters that were much more intimate than a distant disk or a fleeting light. These were up-close experiences. Incidents where witnesses not only saw a UFO at close range, but sometimes felt physical effects, or even claimed contact with the occupants of these mysterious craft. Later, a scientist named Dr. J. Allen Hynek would famously categorize such events as close encounters. In the 1950s and 60s, a number of these extraordinary stories emerged, told by ordinary people who suddenly found themselves face to face with the unknown. One calm evening in the autumn of 1961, a couple from New Hampshire found their lives forever changed by such an encounter. Betty and Barney Hill were driving along a quiet country road at night, returning home from a vacation in Canada. The road was dark and nearly empty, with the full moon occasionally peeking through thin clouds. As they travelled through the New Hampshire wilderness, Betty noticed a bright point of light in the sky that seemed to be moving strangely. At first, she thought it might be a shooting star or a satellite, but it moved too erratically, zipping and then stopping, not at all like a star or plane. She pointed it out to Barney, and they both watched curiously as the light appeared to grow larger, as if drawing closer to them. As minutes passed, the light in the sky seemed to track alongside their car, and an uneasy feeling settled in. Barney, a practical man and a World War II veteran, was initially skeptical that anything unusual was happening. But as the object drew nearer, even he began to feel that something was very out of the ordinary. Betty urged him to stop the car so they could get a better look. Barney pulled over at a clearing, and they got out with a pair of binoculars. The night air was cool and quiet. When Betty raised the binoculars, she gasped softly. She could see that the light was actually an object, circular or disc-like, with multicolored lights spinning around its rim. It hovered silently in the sky, not too far away now. Barney took the binoculars and stepped a little away from the car for a clearer view. As he focused on the hovering craft, his heart began to pound. Through the binoculars, he could make out what looked like windows on the strange flying object. And behind one of those windows, he saw movement, shapes that looked like humanoid figures standing inside. Barney later would describe a chilling sight. Several beings, with large dark eyes, peering out at him. In that instant, Barney was overcome with fear. It was the kind of primal fear that sent him scrambling back to the car, yelling to Betty that they needed to leave immediately. He felt sure that whoever, or whatever, was in that craft had a disturbing interest in them. They sped off into the darkness, panic gripping them. As Barney drove quickly down the winding road, A strange buzzing or beeping sound suddenly filled the air around them, seeming to come from the trunk of their car. The Hill's vehicle vibrated, and a tingling sensation passed through their bodies. Betty felt drowsy and disoriented. Barney struggled to keep his eyes on the road as an odd fog of confusion settled over them. The next thing they clearly remembered, they had driven many miles further down the road, and the mysterious craft was gone. They arrived home in the early hours before dawn, exhausted and unnerved. It was only then that they realized something was terribly amiss. Their trip had taken much longer than it should have. There was a block of about 2 hours that neither of them could account for. In the days after that harrowing night, Betty was troubled by peculiar dreams. In these vivid dreams, she recalled scenes of being inside a strange room with Barney, facing humanoid figures who performed examinations on them. The beings in her dreams had large heads and large eyes and communicated with her in an odd manner that wasn't exactly speech, but that she felt she could understand. She dreamt that one being showed her a star map with points of light connected by lines in a pattern she struggled to remember. Disturbed and seeking answers, the Hills contacted experienced psychiatrists and eventually agreed to undergo hypnotic regression therapy, a technique intended to recover lost memories. Under hypnosis, both Betty and Barney separately recounted a startling story, one that closely matched Betty's dreams. They described that after they stopped the car and the buzzing sound engulfed them, their vehicle had been stopped by roadblocks and strange figures. The couple claimed they were gently taken aboard a spacecraft by these beings. Inside, they were separated and given medical examinations that focused on their nervous systems and limbs. Betty recalled a conversation of sorts with the one she thought to be the leader, asking where they were from. She remembered the star map she later drew from memory, which she believed showed the being's home star system. Barney's sessions uncovered his deep fear as he remembered those eyes he saw, and the examination room where he heard Betty in the next room, though he couldn't help her. When the sessions were complete, the therapists were left trying to make sense of it all. Were these actual memories of an abduction by extraterrestrials, or a kind of shared dream or fantasy born from the stress of the unknown encounter on the road? Whatever the case, Betty and Barney Hill's account became the first widely publicized claim of an alien abduction. When their story became public in the mid-1960s, it caused a sensation. Some found it too strange to believe. Little grey beings and missing time sounded like science fiction. Others, however, noted the Hills were an earnest, responsible couple. He worked for the Postal Service, she was a social worker, with no history of seeking attention. Why would they fabricate such a bizarre tale and subject themselves to scrutiny? The Hill case opened a new chapter in UFO lore. It introduced the idea that not only were mysterious craft flying in our skies, but that their occupants might be taking people aboard, for reasons unknown. Over the years, the Betty and Barney Hill story would inspire numerous other people to come forward with similar close encounters and abduction narratives, suggesting that, if true, such experiences might not be as rare as once thought. Not all close encounters in the 1950s and 60s involved being taken aboard a craft. Some occurred on the ground, leaving tangible traces and bewildered witnesses. In the summer of 1964, in the dry heat of New Mexico, a police officer named Lonnie Zamora had an encounter that would become one of the most famous in UFO history. Near the town of Socorro, in the late afternoon of April 24th, Officer Zamora was pursuing a speeding car on the outskirts of town when he was startled by a loud roar and a bright flame in the sky to the southwest. Breaking off the chase, he thought perhaps a dynamite shack on the remote mesa had exploded. Concerned, he drove towards the area of the blast to investigate. As Zamora bounced his patrol car over the dusty back roads, he saw a flash of blue and orange flame in the distance, descending. Cresting a hill, He expected to find maybe a crashed vehicle or a shed on fire. Instead, he was confronted with a surreal sight. In a small arroyo, dry gulch, below, there sat a shiny, oval-shaped object, unlike any airplane or vehicle he knew. It was whitish silver and about the size of a car, standing on slender legs. For a moment, Zamora thought it might be some kind of overturned small tourist trailer or experimental craft. His heart pounded as he noticed two short, human-like figures standing beside the object. They were dressed in what looked like white coveralls. One of them seemed startled on noticing Zamora and quickly jumped or ducked into the craft. Realizing he might be witnessing something out of the ordinary, Zamora stopped his car and cautiously began to approach on foot. He was about as close as a few dozen yards away when he heard another roar, like that of a furnace or rocket, and saw a bluish flame shoot out from underneath the craft. The object began to rise. Fearing an explosion, Zamora dove to the ground to shield himself. But no blast came. Instead, the strange craft lifted off gracefully, emitting a strong wind that shook the bushes. It rose to about 20 or 30 feet, then accelerated and flew away over the desert, soon disappearing from view. In the aftermath, Zamora was left shaken but unharmed. He carefully approached the spot where the object had been. The soil was scorched and still smouldering in places. Impressions in the sand marked where the landing legs had pressed down. Within an hour, other police officers arrived, responding to Zamora's call for assistance, as did personnel from the nearby military base. They found the scorched brush and shallow indentations exactly as Zamora described. The FBI and Air Force investigators from Project Blue Book soon came to the site as well. They took photos, measurements, and interviewed the reliable police officer extensively. Lonnie Zamora was known as an honest man, not prone to flights of fancy. He insisted on what he saw: an egg-shaped craft, a roaring flame, and two small figures in white. Project Blue Book listed the Socorro case as unidentified, meaning they could find no conventional explanation. It wasn't a prank, nor a known aircraft or balloon. The Lonnie Zamora encounter remains one of the best documented close encounters, complete with physical traces. There were other eerie close-range encounters during those years, each with their own peculiar details. In 1955, at a rural farmhouse in Kentucky, an entire family claimed to have spent a terrifying night fending off small alien creatures. The family, living near the towns of Kelly and Hopkinsville, described short, glowing-eyed beings that approached their house after a bright object streaked across the sky. Frightened, the family barricaded themselves and even fired rifles at the creatures, which they said peered through windows and tried to climb onto the roof. This harrowing account gave birth to the term "little green men" in popular culture, though the witnesses described the beings as more greyish and silver in colour. Investigators later found odd bullet holes and damage around the house, but no tracks or bodies. Skeptics thought perhaps the family had misidentified owls or other animals in a state of panic, but those who were there swear to this day that they encountered beings from beyond that night. On the other side of the world, a very different close encounter took place in 1959 that was almost gentle by comparison. In a remote mission in Papua New Guinea, an Australian missionary named Father William Gill and dozens of villagers observed something incredible in the sky on a clear June evening. They saw what looked like a large disc or oval object hovering silently not far above the ground with bright lights. What's more, atop this flying craft stood several human-like figures. These figures appeared to be moving about on the roof of the object, as if examining it or making repairs. Astonished, Father Gill and the others waved at the figures, and remarkably, One of the figures seemed to wave back. This friendly-seeming exchange continued for some time. The craft then slowly ascended and disappeared into the night. The very next evening, the object returned again, and again was witnessed by many, including the missionary. Father Gill later signed a detailed report of what he saw, and because he was educated and considered trustworthy, his account drew significant interest. What could explain such a sight? It certainly wasn't a hallucination shared by 36 people. The Father Gill case remains one of the most intriguing close encounters, notable for how calm and nearly cordial it was. From frightened couples on lonely roads to police officers and priests, the 1950s and 60s provided a panorama of up-close UFO encounters. Many of these witnesses were deeply affected by what they experienced. Some were left with nightmares or lasting anxieties. Others felt a renewed, if uneasy, sense of wonder about what might be out there. Importantly, these stories also signaled a shift in the UFO narrative. It was no longer just about unexplained lights darting in the sky. The phenomenon had taken on a more intimate dimension. It seemed to involve intelligent beings, perhaps visitors, who could reach out to humanity in direct ways. Reactions to these close encounter tales were mixed. Publicly, mainstream science and authorities were skeptical. There were often conventional explanations offered. Perhaps the people involved misidentified planets, aircraft, meteors, or animals. Perhaps they were influenced by the growing science fiction media of the time, or experiencing dreams and hallucinations. Yet, many of the witnesses stood firm by their accounts, enduring ridicule or doubt. They knew what they saw, even if they themselves struggled to understand it. For those who believed the witnesses, these encounters suggested that we were being observed and even interacted with by something beyond our world. It was a possibility both fascinating and unsettling. As the 1960s rolled on, more close encounter reports trickled in here and there, each adding to the collective tapestry of the UFO mystery. By the end of the decade, the idea of alien contact had embedded itself in pop culture and the public imagination. People began to wonder, if some of these incredible stories were true, what did the visitors want? Why the secrecy and fleeting encounters? There were no easy answers. But one thing was clear. The UFO phenomenon was not confined to quick glimpses in the sky. It sometimes came down to Earth, right into the lives of ordinary people, leaving them with stories they would never forget. After years of such extraordinary personal encounters, the phenomenon would soon take on even larger proportions. In the same era, there were incidents not just witnessed by one or two people in isolation, but by dozens, even hundreds at the same time. These mass sightings would further challenge explanations and captivate the public, raising the UFO question to new heights. Throughout the 1950s and 60s, while some encounters were intimate and personal, others unfolded on a grand scale. These were sightings witnessed by dozens or even hundreds of people at once, sometimes over major cities or across wide regions. Such mass sightings made it increasingly difficult for authorities to dismiss the UFO phenomenon as mere imagination. When so many unrelated observers reported seeing the same thing, often corroborated by photographs or radar, the mystery gained a new level of credibility and urgency. Each of these events, in its own way, reminded the world that whatever was in our skies was not appearing to just isolated individuals. It was revealing itself in plain view of crowds. One of the first major mass sightings occurred in the late summer of 1951 in Lubbock, Texas. On a warm August night, 3 science professors from Texas Tech University were relaxing in a backyard discussing meteors when they were startled by a formation of glowing lights streaking overhead. they saw approximately 20 to 30 bluish-green lights moving swiftly in a V-shaped arrangement across the starry sky. The men were astonished and puzzled. These lights were unlike any aircraft they knew, and they made no sound. Over the following nights, the strange lights returned several times. Dozens of residents in Lubbock reported seeing them. A teenager managed to snap a few grainy black and white photographs showing an arc of brilliant spots of light against the night sky. These Lubbock Lights photos were published nationwide, causing a sensation. The Air Force's Project Blue Book investigated, and at one point suggested the sightings might have been caused by birds reflecting the city's streetlights. But many, including the professors who first saw them, found that explanation unconvincing. The Lubbock case remained unresolved, one of the early instances where multiple educated observers witnessed something truly baffling together. If the Lubbock Lights drew attention, what happened the following summer in the capital of the United States made headlines around the world. In July of 1952, Washington, D.C. became the scene of one of the most dramatic UFO incidents in history. It began one humid Saturday night, just before midnight, in the radar room of National Airport. An air traffic controller noticed a cluster of unexplained blips appearing on his scope. The unknown targets weren't following any flight paths and were moving in uncanny ways. Soon, other controllers confirmed the finds on separate radar sets. Several objects were indeed flying in the restricted airspace over the city. To their astonishment, these objects moved over the White House and the Capitol building, as if openly defying the most secure airspace in America. As radar operators watched in amazement and alarm, visual sightings began to pour in too. Pilots waiting to take off on the runways saw bright, fast-moving lights zooming through the night. At Andrews Air Force Base nearby, the control tower personnel reported an orange-coloured orb streaking across the sky that then abruptly shot upward and vanished. One experienced airman at the tower exclaimed that the object moved unlike any shooting star or aircraft he'd ever seen, able to turn and accelerate with incredible speed. The decision was made to scramble fighter jets to intercept these intruders over Washington. 2 U.S. Air Force F-94 Starfire jets roared into the sky, racing toward the radar targets. But as the jets closed in, the mysterious blips on the radar either faded away or moved off at speeds clocked at several thousand miles per hour, far faster than any jet of the time. The pilots scanned the skies and initially saw nothing. Only after they began to run low on fuel and turned back did the objects seemingly return, almost playfully, as if they had been observing the interceptors come and go. Over the next weekend, the scenario repeated itself. More unknown objects swarmed over Washington on the night of July 26, 1952. This time, a press spokesman for Project Blue Book was present in the radar room and watched the surreal drama unfold on the scope. Controllers tracked objects darting across the screen, sometimes hovering, sometimes taking off at blinding speeds. One pilot that night managed to catch sight of a few glowing lights and even attempted a chase, but found the lights sped away effortlessly, disappearing into the distance. Civilians on the ground also reported strange lights zipping high above the city. Washington, D.C. was on edge, and the press was bursting with questions. "Flying saucers over Capitol," blared the headlines, turning what might have been whispered about into a national conversation. Could the nation's capital really be being buzzed by unknown craft? The U.S. Air Force, feeling the pressure, held a large press conference, the largest since World War II, to address the Washington sightings. Under the bright camera lights, Major General John Samford, the Air Force's Director of Intelligence, calmly reassured the public that there was no evidence of hostile intent and that everything was under control. He attributed the radar blips to a temperature inversion weather phenomenon that can cause radar waves to bend and show false objects. He suggested that the visual sightings might have been stars or meteors distorted by the summer haze. Some people accepted these explanations and felt relief, but others, including several radar experts and pilots involved, were skeptical. They had seen objects that moved with purpose and intelligence. The idea that temperature quirks and misidentified stars could simultaneously fool multiple radar sets, and dozens of trained observers seemed to stretch coincidence too far. For the first time, the UFO question had reached the highest levels of public discourse, and even official reassurances could not completely dispel the sense of mystery and concern. Mass sightings were not confined to the United States. Across the ocean in Europe, waves of UFO sightings were reported throughout the 1950s, especially during 1954, when countries like France and Italy experienced a surge in reports. In one famous incident in November 1954, residents of a small Italian village claimed that two shining objects flew over the town square and even left behind a fine, silky, thread-like substance that rained down and evaporated, a phenomenon nicknamed angel hair. Meanwhile, in Australia, a remarkable event took place in 1966 that is still spoken of with awe by those who were there. At a school in Westall, a suburb of Melbourne, over 200 students and teachers one morning witnessed a saucer-like object descend from the sky and land or hover very close to the ground in a field near the school. Some curious students ran towards it, but the object rose up and rapidly flew away before they could get too close. Many of the children were excited and convinced they had seen a flying saucer. Teachers too had seen the object and struggled to find a conventional explanation. In the aftermath, the school was visited by authoritative-looking men who instructed people not to talk much about the incident. To this day, the Westall UFO encounter remains one of the largest mass sightings in Australian history, with dozens of first-hand witnesses still vivid in their recollections decades later. Back in the United States, another wave of sightings in 1965 and 1966 brought the topic of UFOs to even greater prominence. Communities across Michigan and Ohio, for example, were startled by a series of sightings in the spring of 1966. In March of that year, residents, police officers, and college students in several areas reported strange lights and hovering disc-shaped objects over fields and swamps at night. One widely publicized account came from a group of college co-eds in Washtenaw County, Michigan, who saw glowing orbs darting around the trees at the edge of a swamp. Local law enforcement also witnessed these lights. The sightings created such a stir that Project Blue Book's scientific consultant, Dr. Hynek, was sent to investigate. Under intense media scrutiny, Hynek offered the possibility that one sighting might have been ignited swamp gas, bioluminescent marsh gases that can glow under certain conditions. His swamp gas comment was splashed in headlines and met with derision by the public. Many took it to mean the government was trying to explain away something very real and extraordinary with a far-fetched natural explanation. Comedians made jokes, and protesters carried signs that read, "Swamp gas my eye." The public's patience for dismissive answers was wearing thin. As public interest soared, even Congress took notice. In the aftermath of the 1966 mass sightings, hearings were held by a House committee. Witnesses, including police officers and citizens, testified about what they had seen, and they conveyed their frustration at not being taken seriously. These hearings would eventually lead to the establishment of an independent inquiry into UFOs by scientists, an effort that became known as the Condon Committee, based at the University of Colorado. For the first time, the UFO issue was not only in the newspapers, but also being discussed in the halls of government. It was a sign of just how significant those mass sightings had become. They forced people in power to acknowledge that something strange was going on that deserved attention, even if it was only to prove whether there was anything to it or not. Another striking multi-witness event occurred in the late 1960s, this time off the eastern coast of Canada. On the night of October 4th, 1967, residents of the tiny fishing village of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, observed lights in the sky that seemed to flash in a sequence. Many initially thought it was an aircraft in distress. Several witnesses, including fishermen and a local Mountie police officer, saw a large orange-lit object streak across the sky and then descend rapidly, appearing to crash into the dark waters of the harbour. A thunderous splash was heard, and a yellow foam was seen on the surface of the water. Believing a plane had gone down, authorities were alerted, and soon the Canadian Coast Guard and Royal Canadian Navy arrived to search for survivors. For days, divers scoured the harbour floor looking for wreckage, but nothing was ever found. No aircraft debris, no bodies, nothing at all. The incident was officially catalogued as a UFO sighting by the Canadian government, one of the very few times an official agency acknowledged an unidentified flying object incident so directly. The Shag Harbour event left a lasting impression on those who were there. What could have submerged in those cold waters and vanished without a trace? It remains one of the oceanic mysteries of the UFO era. There were many other mass sightings reported throughout this period. In November 1957, for example, numerous motorists driving through the lonely highways around Levelland, Texas, experienced a terrifying series of encounters. Over the course of a single night, nearly a dozen drivers in different locations around the county reported a brilliant, glowing oval object, either landing on or hovering just above the road. In case after case, as the object approached, the car engines died and the headlights went out, only to return to life after the object flew off. One shaken driver after another went to the police to report the incident, not aware at first that others had just gone through the same bizarre ordeal. The local sheriff and a state highway patrolman even witnessed a streak of light zoom across the fields. Project Blue Book investigated the Levelland sightings and rather unconvincingly attributed the reports to an electrical storm or ball lightning, despite the fact that witnesses described a structured craft and clear skies with only distant lightning flickers on the horizon. To this day, Levelland is cited as a classic mass UFO sighting with electromagnetic effects on vehicles, a case still unanswered by conventional science. What mass sightings like Levelland, Washington, D.C., Westall, and Shag Harbour all had in common was the way they galvanized public curiosity and concern. When someone sees something extraordinary alone, it's easy to dismiss or doubt. But when throngs of people see it, when radar confirms it, when physical evidence like burnt ground or stalled engines is left behind, the unknown becomes harder to ignore. By the end of the 1960s, the accumulation of these widely witnessed events had made one thing clear. The UFO phenomenon was not just a fringe curiosity. It was a genuine mystery gripping the public imagination and warranted serious inquiry. Newspapers were running more stories on the topic, and major magazines pondered, "What are UFOs?" in print. The pressure was mounting on institutions, scientific, military, and governmental, to respond in some way. Indeed, by the late 1950s, it was apparent that official channels alone were not providing satisfactory answers about UFOs. While the US Air Force had Project Blue Book, tasked with collecting and analyzing sightings, its explanations often left both witnesses and independent observers unconvinced. In case after case, Blue Book would label sightings as weather balloons, stars, or swamp gas, sometimes with little investigation. A growing segment of the public began to suspect that either the authorities were out of their depth, or perhaps concealing what they really knew. Into this atmosphere stepped civilian UFO research organizations. groups of determined individuals outside of government who decided to take matters into their own hands. These organizations would gather reports, conduct investigations, and keep the UFO topic alive through newsletters and public engagement. It was a grassroots response to a mystery that would not go away. One of the earliest and most influential of these groups was the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, better known as APRO, founded in 1952 by a husband and wife team, Jim and Coral Lorenzen. APRO was based in Wisconsin initially, and later moved its operations to Arizona. Coral Lorenzen, a determined and passionate researcher, believed that UFO reports deserved serious study. APRO set up a network of field investigators and scientific consultants, including engineers and even a few astronomers, who would examine evidence from cases whenever possible. They collected sighting reports from around the world, corresponded with witnesses, and published their findings in a regular bulletin. APRO's approach was generally open-minded, yet aimed for scientific rigor. They took particular interest in close encounter cases and physical evidence. For instance, APRO was one of the few groups in the 1960s to seriously investigate reports coming from places as far-flung as South America, where they gathered accounts of alleged landing traces and humanoid encounters. Through their international reach, APRO helped show that UFO phenomena were not just an American curiosity, but a global one. Around the same time, another organization sprang up that would eventually overshadow all others in visibility: the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. Established in 1956 and headquartered in Washington, D.C., NICAP set out with an ambitious goal: to lobby the US government for greater transparency on the UFO issue and to push for congressional hearings. NICAP's early leadership included retired military officers and respected professionals, lending it an air of credibility. Before long, a former Marine Corps major named Donald Keyhoe became its director and public face. Keyhoe had already written popular books and articles suggesting that UFOs were real and likely extraterrestrial, and that the US government was keeping secrets about them. Under Keyhoe's fiery leadership, NICAP aggressively challenged the Air Force's handling of the phenomenon. They released reports detailing radar cases and pilot sightings that Blue Book had glossed over. NICAP's membership swelled through the late 1950s and into the 1960s, reaching into the tens of thousands of dues-paying members at its peak. Even the mainstream media took notice of the UFO phenomenon's credibility. In April 1952, Life magazine, one of the most popular publications in America at the time, ran a headline asking, "Have we visitors from space?" The article treated the subject seriously, noting multiple well-documented military UFO encounters that suggested something real was behind the reports. Public interest was further validated by the caliber of people drawn into the debate. One of NICAP's early board members was a former CIA director, Vice Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter. He shocked some by openly accusing the Air Force of hiding what it truly knew about UFOs. Hillenkoetter stated that behind the scenes, high-ranking officers were soberly concerned about UFOs, even as official policy downplayed their significance. Such comments, coming from a respected figure, gave NICAP and the UFO cause a significant boost in legitimacy. This push for legitimacy reached a peak in 1968, when Congress convened a special hearing on UFOs. Distinguished scientists and military personnel testified. Among them was Dr. James E. McDonald, a prominent atmospheric physicist from the University of Arizona. McDonald had personally investigated hundreds of UFO cases, interviewing witnesses and poring over data. In front of the House committee, he passionately argued that a portion of UFO reports, perhaps 5% or more, could not be explained by any known aircraft, weather, or human-made phenomena. Those cases, he insisted, warranted rigorous scientific study rather than dismissal. His testimony was detailed and earnest, citing radar trackings and pilot encounters that simply had no conventional answers. MacDonald's involvement signaled that not all scientists were dismissive of UFOs. Some were, in fact, deeply intrigued and concerned. His advocacy, alongside NICAP's pressure, demonstrated that the public and a few open-minded experts were demanding the truth, or at least a fair assessment of the unknown. However, the late 1960s brought mixed outcomes for these civilian efforts. The Condon Committee's study, completed in 1968, concluded that further official study of UFOs was unlikely to be fruitful, essentially suggesting that there was nothing extraordinary to see. Many in NICAP and other groups were disappointed, even outraged, at this conclusion. They pointed out that the committee's own case studies contained several baffling incidents that were never explained. Yet the summary seemed to dismiss the entire subject. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who had served as an advisor to Project Blue Book and initially supported the idea of the Condon Committee, also disagreed with its findings. He felt the conclusion did not logically follow from the data. In 1969, using the Condon Report as justification, the Air Force officially closed Project Blue Book, declaring it would no longer investigate UFO sightings. To the public, this sent a message that the government was washing its hands of the mystery. For UFO believers and researchers, it was a moment of both disillusionment and determination. If the authorities were stepping back, then the civilian groups would have to step up even more. During this time, internal struggles also affected the organizations. NICAP, despite its early momentum, began to falter toward the end of the 1960s. It turned out that running a large volunteer-based organization was financially challenging. NICAP's leadership, with Kehoe at the helm, had difficulty maintaining the level of funding an organization needed. There were accusations of mismanagement, and by 1970, NICAP's influence was waning. Kehoe was forced out, and within a few years, NICAP would all but collapse, eventually dissolving in the 1970s. Yet even as NICAP faded, its legacy was apparent. It had kept UFOs in the news and on the political agenda for over a decade. In the void left by NICAP's decline, new groups sprang up. One of them was the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, which began in 1969, initially as the Midwest UFO Network. MUFON started with a few enthusiasts in Illinois and Missouri who wanted to continue the work of collecting reports and doing investigations, especially after Blue Book's closure. They emphasized a decentralized structure, establishing trained investigators in chapters across different states and eventually in other countries. MUFON grew steadily and became known for its annual symposiums, where researchers and witnesses would share their findings. By coordinating internationally, MUFON signaled a new era where civilian UFO research was more organized and connected than ever before. What started as a handful of Midwestern skywatchers turned into one of the largest and longest-lasting UFO organizations in the world, an organization that endures even to this day. Meanwhile, Dr. Hynek, the astronomer who had spent years debunking UFO sightings for the Air Force, only to become convinced that some were truly unexplained, also took an important step in this period. Freed from his role as Blue Book's consultant, Hynek became an outspoken advocate for serious scientific study of UFOs. In 1973, he founded the Center for UFO Studies, CUFOS, in Illinois, aiming to gather a cadre of scientists and scholars to examine the best cases with rigor and objectivity. Hynek coined the term close encounters and published works that lent a new level of credibility to the study of UFOs. With Hynek's leadership, CUFOS collected massive archives of case files and fostered communication among scientists who were open to exploring these phenomena without fear of ridicule. It wasn't just in America that civilian groups blossomed. In the United Kingdom, for example, The British UFO Research Association, BUFORA, was established in the early 1960s, bringing together various small UFO clubs under one umbrella. They too collected reports and published journals, engaging with the public and occasionally working with authorities when intriguing cases such as pilot encounters occurred in British airspace. In France, the phenomenon was taken seriously enough that by the late 1970s, even the government would set up a department, GIPAN, to study UFO reports with civilian scientists, an effort that had some roots in the pressure from citizen groups and notable scientists like Dr. Claude Poher. These civilian efforts served several important roles. They provided a place for witnesses to report sightings without fear of being dismissed or laughed at. A schoolteacher, a farmer, or a pilot who saw something incredible could reach out to APRO, NICAP, or MUFON and share their experience, knowing they would be heard respectfully. In turn, the organizations tried to find patterns and verifications. Did someone else nearby see the same thing? Could this sighting be explained by a known aircraft or natural event? They kept records, interviewed witnesses, and sometimes even collected physical traces. Essentially, these groups became unofficial detectives of the skies, pooling together thousands of puzzle pieces in hope of seeing the bigger picture. Civilian researchers often collaborated across borders too, sending each other reports and newsletters. By the 1970s, a global community of UFO investigators had formed, exchanging information by mail or at conferences. The phenomenon that had started as isolated newspaper clippings in the 1940s had evolved into a structured field of study, often called ufology, albeit one still outside the mainstream of academic science. Enthusiasts and researchers, many of them engineers, teachers, ex-military, or amateur astronomers, treated the subject with earnest curiosity and a sense of purpose. They would gather in auditoriums and living rooms alike to discuss theories. Were UFOs extraterrestrial spacecraft, or perhaps some natural phenomenon not yet understood, or even visitors from other dimensions? There was plenty of speculation, but there was also a drive to gather hard evidence. Photographs, radar prints, radiation readings from landing sites, anything tangible. Of course, not everyone in the scientific community welcomed these civilian researchers. Skeptics often branded them as mere hobbyists chasing fantasies. And there were indeed instances where over-enthusiasm led to credulity. A few hoaxes were perpetrated that embarrassed even the sincere researchers. But overall, these organizations kept the flame of inquiry burning during years when officialdom largely ignored the topic. They reminded the world that, unresolved and unexplained, the UFO mystery still hung in the background of our collective reality. By the end of the 1970s, thanks in large part to civilian groups, the narrative around UFOs had broadened. It was no longer just a question of whether flying saucers were real. The conversation now included discussions about possible evidence of alien visitation, the need for government transparency, and even the tantalizing question: if some UFOs were indeed craft from elsewhere, what did their occupants want? These questions were discussed in newsletters and books, on late-night radio shows, and at local UFO club meetings. The work of APRO, NICAP, MUFON, CUFOS, and others ensured that the UFO subject did not fade away after Blue Book was shut down. Quite the opposite. The mystery was kept alive in the public eye. These citizen investigators set the stage for the next chapters of the UFO saga. Their collected reports would later provide material for researchers and journalists in the decades to come. They also influenced pop culture. By gathering and publicizing dramatic accounts, they inspired movies, television series, and novels about UFOs and alien encounters. Perhaps most importantly, they offered a kind of accountability. Even if authorities were silent or dismissive, someone was still listening, still noting each sighting and still reminding leaders that something unexplained was going on above our heads. As the 1970s rolled into the 1980s and beyond, UFO research would encounter new twists and turns. More astonishing reports would emerge, including those from highly trained pilots and military personnel during the high-tech jet age and space age. The groundwork laid by the early civilian organizations would prove invaluable as the UFO story moved forward. They had created a foundation of data, public awareness, and investigative techniques. The mystery was far from solved, but thanks to these dedicated civilians, it was also far from forgotten. With their work, the stage was set for the UFO phenomenon to enter a new era, one in which the sightings would continue, even as humanity's own flight technology advanced to new heights. As humanity entered the jet age in the late 1940s and beyond, achieving new heights of speed and altitude, the reports of mysterious objects in the skies did not cease. In fact, improved aircraft and radar only revealed new dimensions of the enigma. Sleek jet fighters could now pierce the clouds faster than sound, and radar systems watched over the skies with ever-increasing range and precision. One might have expected that these advances would solve the riddle of the unidentified flying objects, either by catching up to them or explaining them away. Instead, the opposite seemed to be true. As our aircraft and detection systems improved, UFOs remained just as elusive, often appearing to outrun and outmaneuver the latest interceptors, and showing up on radar screens in ways that defied easy explanation. The jet age brought with it a host of encounters between pilots and the unknown, encounters that left some of our most skilled aviators both awestruck and deeply unsettled. One of the earliest and most sobering incidents occurred on January 7th, 1948, barely a year into the modern UFO era. Captain Thomas Mantell, a 25-year-old World War II veteran, was piloting a National Guard F-51 Mustang, a propeller-driven fighter, though jets were in service by then, on a routine daytime flight over Kentucky. Early that afternoon, the state police and people on the ground had reported a strange aerial object, large and round, gleaming in the sky near Fort Knox. The object was said to be hovering at a high altitude, too high for easy identification. Mantell, along with two other pilots, was redirected to investigate. As they climbed, Mantell caught sight of something above him. According to some later recollections, he described it as a huge metallic object. Determined to get a closer look, he kept ascending, even as his wingmen, lacking oxygen equipment for high altitude, broke off. Witnesses at the control tower watched as Mantell's plane climbed higher and higher. At around 22,000 feet, Mantell likely blacked out from lack of oxygen. Moments later, his plane began spiraling back down and eventually crashed on a farm, killing him. In the aftermath, wild rumors swirled. Some claimed the UFO had shot down Mantell with a beam of energy. Others whispered that his plane had disintegrated, chasing a flying saucer. The Air Force's investigation concluded that Mantell had unfortunately been chasing Venus, or possibly a secret skyhook balloon, and had perished due to oxygen deprivation. Whatever the case, Mantell became the first pilot believed to have lost his life during a UFO encounter. His tragic end sent a shiver through the aviation community and underscored that these phenomena could carry real risks. Later that same year, in October 1948, another dramatic confrontation played out in the skies, this time over Fargo, North Dakota. First Lieutenant George Gorman, a fighter pilot with the North Dakota Air National Guard, found himself in what could only be described as an aerial dogfight with an unidentified craft. It was a clear evening when Gorman, flying an F-51 Mustang, noticed a bright white orb light passing near him in the sky. Air traffic control confirmed they saw an object near his plane that wasn't supposed to be there. Curious and determined, Gorman decided to pursue the object. What followed was a tense 27-minute chase high above the city. Every time Gorman tried to close in, the glowing ball would streak away or make a sharp turn that pressed the limits of what a pilot could endure. At one point, the object shot straight up as Gorman tried to follow, causing him to stall his plane in the climb. The mysterious light then zoomed directly towards him, forcing Gorman to dive to avoid a collision. By the end of the encounter, Gorman was shaken. He described the object as round, about 8 inches in diameter, very bright, and incredibly swift and agile. He was certain it was under intelligent control, engaging him in a kind of dogfight. When he landed, Gorman was astonished, and perhaps relieved to find others had seen the strange light too, including a control tower operator and another pilot on the ground. The Air Force investigated and initially had no clear explanation, though in time they suggested perhaps Gorman had been chasing a lighted weather balloon or an optical illusion. But the incident, widely reported, only added to the mystique of UFOs. Even the best pilots flying top-of-the-line fighters could be outmatched by something. Throughout the 1950s, reports from military and civilian pilots kept pouring in. Many airline pilots, flying passengers at night, quietly relayed sightings of odd objects pacing their planes or streaking past at unbelievable speeds. Most were hesitant to speak publicly, fearing ridicule or career repercussions. But behind the scenes, these accounts made their way into Blue Book files and pilot chatter. One renowned early case involved 2 commercial pilots in July 1948, Captain Clarence Childs and co-pilot John Whitted, who were flying an Eastern Airlines DC-3 near Montgomery, Alabama. In the deep darkness before dawn, they suddenly saw a rocket-shaped craft with 2 rows of bright windows speed directly toward them. It shot past their airliner, so close the pilots braced for impact. The object then climbed sharply and vanished into the clouds, leaving Childs and Whitted in stunned amazement. They described it as looking like a huge fuselage of an aircraft, 100 feet long, with no wings, and a glow like a magnesium flare. One passenger woke up just in time to glimpse a bright streak flash by. When the pilots reported this, the Air Force took it seriously enough to investigate deeply, even considering the possibility that it was an experimental Soviet missile or spacecraft. Such dramatic near collisions and aerial encounters forced those in command to grapple with the idea that something objectively real, and perhaps foreign or beyond, was in the skies. By the mid-1950s, UFO incidents were occurring in the midst of the Cold War air defense grid. Radar operators from the United States to Europe and Asia tracked unknown targets that darted in and out of their screens at velocities and maneuvers that jets struggled to match. One famous incident took place in the UK in 1956, involving the US Air Force personnel stationed at the Bentwaters and Lakenheath air bases. Multiple radar units tracked a fast-moving object over eastern England one night, and security personnel on the ground observed a bright light zipping across the sky. Fighters were scrambled to intercept. As one jet closed in, the pilots reported the object suddenly sped away, then in a startling move, circled around to get behind them, as if turning the tables and pursuing the interceptors briefly, before it accelerated off at a speed no jet could achieve. The case, which remained unexplained, was later included in the Scientific Condon Report in the late 1960s as one of the genuinely puzzling UFO encounters on record. Electronic and mechanical anomalies often accompanied these aerial encounters. In November 1957, the crew of a US Air Force RB-47 reconnaissance jet experienced one of the most multifaceted encounters documented. Flying a night mission over the American South, this 6-man crew found themselves tailing and being tailed by an unseen object that played a cat-and-mouse game with them over several states. At various points, the unknown object was detected on the jet's radar, picked up by their electronic surveillance gear, seen as a speeding light by the pilots, and even tracked by ground radar stations cooperating with the flight. Whenever the RB-47 would approach the mysterious object's position, the object would suddenly shift position miles away in an instant, or vanish and reappear elsewhere. The crew was left confounded. Whatever was out there was not only evading their pursuit, but doing so while clearly showing up on multiple instruments. When the crew landed and reported the incident, it sent ripples through intelligence circles. How could something register on radar and onboard sensors, be seen visually, and outpace one of the era's advanced jets? The RB-47 case remained classified for years and is still touted by researchers as one of the best examples of a truly unexplained UFO encounter in the aviation annals. As the 1960s turned into the 1970s, humanity pushed even further. Jet fighters grew faster, and we even sent astronauts into space and men to the moon. Yet the UFO encounters did not abate. They merely adapted to the new era. Many military pilots who trained during the Vietnam War era and after would quietly share stories of inexplicable sights during their long missions. Some astronauts, too, hinted at odd things seen in orbit, though such stories often remain anecdotal. A dramatic and well-documented incident unfolded in 1976, high above Tehran, Iran, providing a glimpse of just how outmatched our technology could be. In the early morning hours of September 19, 1976, following reports of a bright UFO in the sky, the Iranian Air Force scrambled two F-4 Phantom II jets to engage. The first jet experienced instrumentation failure as it approached the brilliant object and had to return to base. A second F-4, piloted by Lieutenant Parviz Jafari, closed in on the UFO, a radiant diamond-shaped craft that alternated colors and emitted a dazzling light. As Jafari prepared to arm his weapons, the UFO suddenly released a smaller object from it, which sped directly toward his jet. In that instant, Jafari's fire control panel went dead. He lost all communication, and his weapon systems froze. He felt as if his jet had been electronically jammed by the object. Fearing a collision, he turned away. The small object then circled back to the main UFO and merged with it. Moments later, yet another object seemed to come out of the UFO and headed straight down towards the ground, as if marking a spot. Expecting perhaps an explosion, Jafari watched in awe as this second object slowed and gently descended. The larger UFO then quickly shot off into the sky and disappeared. The shaken pilot managed to get his plane's systems back online and circled back toward Tehran. On his return, he and his backseater saw that the object that had descended had apparently come to rest on Earth, casting a glowing rectangular light in a field. The next day, a search of the area found nothing. No burn marks or debris, only bafflement among those involved. What sets the Tehran incident apart is the level of documentation. Communications recordings, radar prints, and a detailed US Defense Intelligence Agency report later described the incident as a legitimate and unexplained encounter. Even decades later, it stands as one of the most striking examples of a modern jet engaging with a UFO and coming away with more questions than answers. Military personnel have also encountered UFOs in the vicinity of nuclear weapons, a fact that particularly unnerved those tasked with national defense. In 1967, at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, US Air Force officers reported that a glowing red object hovered just outside the front gate of a nuclear missile installation. As the security personnel watched in amazement and alarm, several of the Minuteman nuclear missiles inexplicably went into a no-go, non-operational state. Just as mysteriously, after the UFO departed, the missiles could be reset and made operational again. Similar accounts emerged from other bases over the years. Reports of disc-like objects silently surveying nuclear facilities, sometimes shutting down electronics or alarming guards. These incidents, often kept under wraps until years later, highlighted a stunning implication. Whatever UFOs were, they displayed an uncanny interest in humanity's most powerful and secret weapons, and an ability to interfere with advanced technology with impunity. As the decades progressed, commercial aviation also had its share of baffling encounters. In November 1986, the crew of a Japan Airlines cargo Boeing 747 over Alaska found themselves accompanied by something truly extraordinary. Captain Kenju Terauchi and his co-pilots first noticed two small amber-colored lights pacing their plane in the evening sky. These lights then seemed to merge or reveal a gigantic dark object, larger than an aircraft carrier, with a shape Terauchi described as resembling a walnut shell. The enormous UFO shadowed the 747, at one point appearing directly in front of it. The crew noted lights from the object beaming into their cockpit, and even reported a visual on its surface textures. Terauchi urgently contacted air traffic control, which confirmed that their radar was picking up an unknown target near the jumbo jet. A nearby US Air Force radar station also detected an anomaly in that same vicinity. The eerie encounter lasted nearly 50 minutes, with the huge craft maneuvering around the airliner before finally speeding away. When Terauchi and his crew landed, they filed an extensive report with the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. The FAA later released radar data and audio transcripts from that night, showing the seriousness with which the event was documented. Despite this, no definitive explanation ever emerged. The incident made headlines worldwide, and while Captain Terauchi stood by his story, he faced skepticism. For a time, he was even grounded by his employer, a reminder of the professional risk that came with reporting a UFO event openly. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, an extraordinary series of sightings took place in Belgium. Beginning in November 1989, numerous citizens and police officers reported large, silent, triangular craft with bright lights flying at low altitude over the Belgian countryside. These objects had three intense beams of light shining downward and a faint red glow at the center. The Belgian Air Force initially did not know what to make of these reports. But when military radar stations also began tracking unknown targets on multiple occasions, they took notice. On the night of March 30th, 1990, after new sightings were called in, two F-16 fighter jets were scrambled to intercept one of the unidentified triangles. The pilots had difficulty locking on visually in the darkness, but their onboard radars did acquire a target. To their astonishment, the radar showed the object performing feats no aircraft could do, darting away and changing altitude at incredible speed. In one instance, the object reportedly dropped thousands of feet in a few seconds, evading the jets with ease. Ground observers, including gendarmes, police, watched as the triangle sped off, disappearing into the night. The Belgian Air Force later held a press conference to openly discuss the incident, acknowledging that something unexplained had violated the airspace. They released radar data to the public and collaborated with civilian UFO investigators, a remarkably transparent approach. Yet, despite extensive investigation, the origin of the black triangular craft was never determined. The Belgian UFO wave remains one of the most well-documented mass sighting events in history, notable for the high level of official involvement and the sheer number of reliable witnesses who saw the mystery craft. Cases like these signaled that even as aircraft technology reached supersonic speeds and sophisticated computerization, UFOs, or UAPs, as some began calling them, kept maintaining their mystique and superiority of performance. For pilots and air crews who experienced these encounters, the events often left a deep impression. Many described feelings of awe at the capabilities observed: sharp right-angle turns at high velocity, acceleration, that would crush a human pilot, the ability to hover soundlessly or to disappear from sight in an instant. There was also frequently frustration or anxiety. Encountering something unknown in the sky can be a pilot's worst nightmare, because it's a factor you can't plan for or train for. Some pilots admitted they kept their sightings quiet, sharing only with close colleagues or reporting discreetly to avoid facing skepticism or being grounded by superiors. Over time, however, the accumulation of credible reports from the flying community helped to shift perceptions. By the late 20th century, the stereotype of the UFO witness being just a lone farmer or imaginative teenager gave way to the realization that even seasoned, sober professionals in cockpits and control towers were witnessing the unexplained. Looking back at the jet age encounters, one pattern emerges clearly. Every time humans set a new boundary in aviation, be it altitude, speed, or reach, UFOs were already there, just out of grasp, almost taunting in their defiance of our understanding. They appeared as silver discs when we flew prop planes, as glowing orbs outrunning jets when we broke the sound barrier, and as enigmatic radar blips evading our digital tracking in the computer age. It's as if the phenomenon kept challenging us at each step, ensuring that mystery always stayed one step ahead of certainty. Now, as we reflect on those decades of encounters in the skies, a realization dawns. The UFO mystery is not a static story from the past, but a continuing narrative. The jet age proved that no matter how advanced our aircraft became, the phenomena persisted. For every answer technology provided, a new question emerged. This understanding carried us forward. By the end of the 20th century, whispers of even stranger encounters and deeper mysteries were emerging. Stories of personal contact, allegations of secret retrievals, and new movements within governments to perhaps finally tell what they knew. The UFO story was far from over. As we leave the era of roaring jet engines and enter an age of even greater aerospace ambitions, the unexplained lights and craft remain with us, as puzzling as ever. In the journey so far, we've travelled from a windswept desert crash to chilling close encounters, from mass sightings that shook communities to high-altitude chases that pushed the limits of our best pilots. Each chapter has deepened the enigma, and yet there are still more chapters to come. The stage is set for further revelations and mysteries as we venture beyond the classic cases into new realms of the unknown. The story of UFOs and alien mysteries continues, ever unfolding, urging us onward into the next discovery, the next encounter, and the next part of our exploration of the unexplained. By the late 1940s, the mystery in the skies could no longer be ignored. Countless civilians, pilots, and police had reported strange lights and flying saucers, and public fascination was mounting. For those charged with national defense, the idea of unknown craft appearing unannounced in American airspace was deeply unsettling. The US Air Force quietly launched a series of official inquiries, hoping to separate fact from fantasy. What began as a small, secret effort soon evolved into a full-fledged program, one that would collect reams of data and confront a question as profound as it was perplexing. What, or who, was flying above us? The journey into official investigation had begun, and it would unfold in cautious steps, with moments of revelation and frustration along the way. In the early days, military intelligence officers pored over every scrap of information about the flying discs that people swore they'd seen streaking across the sky. The Air Force's first attempt, a project established in 1948, tentatively suggested that some UFOs might be interplanetary in origin, a startling conclusion that was quickly suppressed in the halls of the Pentagon. A follow-up effort took a more skeptical stance. ready to attribute sightings to misidentified aircraft or weather balloons. But the reports kept coming. By 1952, sightings were erupting in such numbers that the Air Force created a new, centralized investigation, Project Blue Book. Led at first by a young captain named Edward Ruppelt, Blue Book aimed to bring scientific rigor to the UFO mystery. Ruppelt even coined the term unidentified flying object to replace the sensational flying saucer, hoping a sober name might invite sober analysis. Project Blue Book would become the longest-running and most famous official inquiry into UFOs. Headquartered at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, it was tasked with logging and evaluating every UFO sighting reported to the U.S. Air Force. From 1952 until its closure in 1969, Blue Book investigators, a mix of Air Force officers, scientists, and intelligence analysts, collected 12,618 sighting reports. They chased down witnesses, analyzed photographs, checked radar tapes, and even studied soil where strange objects were reported to have landed. On paper, their mission was simple: find conventional explanations for the unconventional. And indeed, the vast majority of cases were attributed to ordinary causes: bright stars, weather balloons, aircraft lights, or temperature inversions in the atmosphere. But not all of them. By the time Blue Book ended, 701 of those cases, about 5 or 6%, remained stubbornly unidentified, even after the best efforts of Air Force analysts. Each of those unexplained cases was a reminder that something was still out there, defying understanding. In the early years, Project Blue Book struggled to find its footing. The UFO sightings could be fleeting and bizarre, and witnesses ranged from excited teenagers to veteran airline pilots. How to make sense of such a mix? Ruppelt and his team developed standardized reporting forms and even enlisted the help of outside experts. In 1952, they contracted the Battelle Memorial Institute to perform a massive statistical study of UFO cases. This became the famous Special Report No. 14, which attempted to categorize sightings by quality and strangeness. Its findings were intriguing. Around 22% of the cases analyzed were still unexplained, even after rigorous study, and these unknowns tended to be the highest quality reports, cases with experienced witnesses, multiple observers, or corroborating evidence like radar tracks. In fact, the better the report, the more likely it was to defy explanation. This was hardly comforting to the Air Force. Yet, when they summarized the report to the public, officials emphasized a different point, claiming that nothing in the data suggested any phenomena beyond current science. The puzzling statistics were downplayed, and the message to the American people was clear: there's nothing to worry about. Behind the scenes, tensions grew between those who thought UFOs deserved serious study and those who saw them as a nuisance. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, a respected astronomer from Northwestern University, served as Blue Book's scientific consultant. Early on, Hynek considered the whole topic rather dubious and often crafted debunking explanations. He famously once suggested that witness reports of eerie nocturnal lights in Michigan might just be swamp gas. But as years passed, Hynek's views shifted. Case after puzzling case crossed his desk: sightings by trained military pilots, objects tracked on radar, reports with no easy answer. The evidence, however fragmentary, began to change his mind. I had been working on the false assumption that our scientific establishment is necessarily a collection of the most competent and open-minded men for passing judgment on these matters, Hynek would later reflect. By the end of Blue Book, Hynek had become convinced that some UFO reports represented genuine mysteries that merited open-minded investigation. He would go on to become one of the most prominent scientific voices calling for UFO research, even as his Air Force employers showed him the door. The turning point for Project Blue Book and official UFO studies in America came in the wake of an extraordinary UFO wave in 1952. That summer, sightings spiked dramatically across the United States. In July, unidentified objects were reported night after night, from coast to coast, even in the skies above the US Capitol. The so-called 1952 flap inundated Blue Book with reports. At the peak, hundreds of sightings were coming in each month. Ruppelt later recalled that during a 6-week period in mid-1952, 148 major newspapers together ran over 16,000 stories on flying saucers. The public was enthralled, and the military brass was unnerved. Never before had UFOs caused such a stir. It all culminated in the dramatic events of late July 1952, when radar operators in Washington, D.C. watched unknown blips swarm around the city's restricted airspace. Night after night, the strange targets darted across their screens. Airline pilots flying into Washington reported bright lights zipping past their aircraft. On the ground, at National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base, veteran controllers stared in disbelief as the objects maneuvered in ways no plane could. Jets were scrambled into the sultry night sky, but each time they approached, the mysterious targets faded away, only to return once the interceptors left, almost as if playing cat and mouse. One controller, Harry Barnes, later said, "We knew immediately that a very strange situation existed. Their movements were completely radical compared to those of ordinary aircraft." Another air traffic controller exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell was that?" after a glowing object shot across the sky at unbelievable speed. It was a nightmare scenario for the Air Force. Unknown intruders over the nation's capital, witnessed by credible observers and confirmed on radar. The Washington sightings made headlines worldwide. "Saucers swarm over Capitol," blared one newspaper in giant type. People wanted answers, and quickly. The Air Force, caught off guard, held a press conference, the largest since World War II, to calm the public. There, a high-ranking officer famously explained that the radar blips had likely been caused by a temperature inversion, a layer of warm air in the atmosphere that can bend radar beams and produce false targets. Many reporters accepted this explanation, and the furor gradually subsided. But behind closed doors, the UFO subject had acquired a new and unwelcome prominence. The Central Intelligence Agency took note of the hysteria and worried about what it might mean for national security. What if, they speculated, the Soviet Union tried to exploit America's UFO excitement to sow panic or overwhelm air defense systems? What if a real enemy attack could be masked by a wave of false UFO reports? These concerns led the CIA to convene a panel of scientists in January 1953 to scrutinize the UFO issue. This Robertson panel, as it became known, after its chair, physicist Howard Robertson, spent several days reviewing the best evidence Blue Book had gathered. In the end, they concluded that no UFO sighting constituted a direct threat. But they did issue a stern warning. UFO reports could pose an indirect danger by clogging military communication channels and stirring public frenzy. The panel recommended that the government actively debunk UFOs in the public eye, to tamp down interest and keep the phone lines clear in a real emergency. In essence, they advised making UFOs boring again. Skepticism, not curiosity, became the officially encouraged attitude. Following the Robertson panel's advice, Project Blue Book took a noticeable turn toward debunking. Funding and personnel were cut. The mandate became not just to investigate, but to explain away. By the late 1950s, Blue Book was often dismissed by its own former members as more of a public relations office than a scientific endeavour. Still, some cases refused to be papered over, and Blue Book's files quietly accumulated instances that made even the skeptics scratch their heads. In 1964, for example, police officer Lonnie Zamora in Socorro, New Mexico, reported an encounter with a landed craft and small humanoid figures, leaving behind physical evidence in the desert. Blue Book's investigators were left without a satisfying explanation for Zamora's incident, marking it unidentified. In 1965 and 1966, large-scale UFO waves across the Midwest led to frantic calls for answers, culminating in a congressional hearing. When Dr. Hynek offered swamp gas as a possible explanation for one cluster of sightings in Michigan, the term became a national punchline and symbol of out-of-touch explanations. The political pressure was building for a resolution to the UFO question. In 1966, under mounting public scrutiny, the Air Force agreed to sponsor an independent study of UFOs by academic scientists. This became the Condon Committee, based at the University of Colorado and led by physicist Dr. Edward Condon. For nearly 2 years, the Condon Committee examined a cross-section of UFO cases, old and new. Their final report, released in early 1969, concluded that further study of UFOs was unlikely to yield significant scientific discoveries. In short, they recommended that it was time to move on. Armed with this conclusion, the Air Force announced it would shut down Project Blue Book for good, and so, in December 1969, after over 2 decades of government UFO investigations, Blue Book was formally closed. The Air Force made public its official conclusions. No UFO had ever threatened national security. No recovered craft or wreckage indicated technology beyond our own, and there was no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified are extraterrestrial vehicles. In sum, the Air Force declared the UFO mystery solved, or at least solved enough to warrant no further attention. UFO sightings, Americans were told, were a mix of misidentifications and hoaxes. Those 701 unresolved cases? Nothing to worry about, according to the authorities. With that, the US government's public involvement in UFO study came to an official end. If the story ended there, one might think the UFO phenomenon had been neatly filed away in history's cabinet. But reality was messier. Even as Project Blue Book's doors closed, some inside the Air Force knew the story wasn't truly over. A memorandum by Brigadier General Carroll H. Bolender in October 1969, just as Blue Book was wrapping up, quietly noted that while the public program was ending, UFO reports that impacted national security would continue to be handled through standard intelligence channels outside of Blue Book. In other words, if a UFO appeared over a sensitive military site or during a critical defense operation, the Air Force would deal with it in secret, far from public view. This memo, unknown to the public at the time, acknowledged an important nuance. The phenomenon itself did not disappear in 1969. Only the public-facing investigation did. And indeed, as we will see, strange encounters involving the military continued in the 1970s and beyond, often shrouded in secrecy. It wasn't just the United States grappling with these enigmas. Other governments, too, had confronted the UFO mystery, sometimes publicly, sometimes in the shadows. In Britain, for example, the Flying Saucer Working Party, a wonderfully bureaucratic name, convened in 1950 to 51 to examine the rash of flying saucer reports in the UK. Their conclusion was entirely unsensational. Every case they studied, they said, could be chalked up to stars, planets, meteors, birds, or mistaken aircraft. We recommend very strongly that no further investigation be undertaken, unless and until some material evidence becomes available, the British group advised in 1951. The UK's official stance became one of quiet dismissal. at least outwardly. In reality, the British military did keep an eye on UFO reports over the years, but always with a low profile. On the other hand, up in Canada, there was a brief flirtation with the extraterrestrial possibility at high levels. In 1950, the Canadian government established Project Magnet under the direction of Wilbert B. Smith, a senior radio engineer. Smith was openly curious about UFOs and hypothesized that they might be craft from another planet using advanced propulsion, perhaps manipulating Earth's magnetic field. He even secured a small research station to monitor for unusual magnetic anomalies that could indicate UFO activity. While Project Magnet was officially ended after a few years and never had a large budget to begin with, it showed that not everyone in officialdom scoffed at the idea of visitors from beyond. Smith himself concluded that UFOs were likely extraterrestrial, and that studying them might unlock new physics. His bold stance was unusual for a government scientist of the era, and did not exactly reflect the consensus of his peers. Across the world, from France to the Soviet Union, similar quiet efforts played out. France's National Space Agency would later establish a long-term UFO study group, JEPAN, and its successors, that openly published reports on the most puzzling cases. The Soviet Union, for its part, maintained a cloak of silence publicly. Any interest in flying objects was officially denied or ridiculed. But behind that iron curtain, documents that emerged years later revealed secret military programs collecting UFO reports from Soviet pilots and citizens. In fact, by the late 1970s, the USSR's Academy of Sciences and Ministry of Defense co-sponsored a top-secret investigation codenamed Institute 22, which gathered data on sightings across the Soviet Union. Even there, under a regime not known for tolerating fanciful stories, hundreds of cases went unexplained and kept some generals up at night. Clearly, whatever UFOs were, misidentified rockets, mass hysteria, or something truly unknown, they were a global phenomenon, and they had a knack for intruding into the halls of power. As the 1960s turned into the 1970s, the public narrative was that governments had lost interest in flying saucers. No more official studies, nothing to see here. For many in the public, UFOs became the stuff of supermarket tabloids and science fiction movies, not serious discourse. But that was only half the truth. In private, militaries and intelligence agencies still quietly tracked the occasional odd incident, especially when it intersected with national security. The paradox of the UFO mystery by the early 1970s was this. Officially, it was declared a non-issue, resolved and filed away. Unofficially, it lingered like a ghost, periodically reappearing on radar scopes and in classified reports. And sometimes those appearances were dramatic. In the next chapters, we'll delve into some of the encounters that forced even the most skeptical officers to pay attention. Incidents where UFOs weren't just distant lights in the sky, but solid, verified objects that interacted with military personnel and equipment. From radar rooms to nuclear missile silos, these encounters would underscore why, despite the public dismissal, the UFO question was never truly solved. The stage was set for a deeper and more unsettling chapter of this saga, as the phenomenon reached into the heart of national security and engaged with the world's most powerful forces. The listener can almost feel the tension in those command centers and cockpits as we move forward. A hint of the unknown pressing ever closer into the guarded corridors of officialdom, refusing to be ignored. As we continue, we leave behind the paperwork and press conferences of Project Blue Book and step into the field with those who came face to face with the unknown, in the hush of late-night skies and on the blips of a radar screen. The mystery would take on a new immediacy. The story now shifts to the pilots and military personnel who not only saw UFOs, but tried to chase them. It's time to hear their side of the story. The encounters that made even hardened airmen admit, with a mix of awe and trepidation, that something strange was up there. Even as governments publicly downplayed UFOs, some of the most compelling evidence was quietly accruing from experts who had no interest in fantasies: seasoned military pilots and radar operators. These were men and women trained to identify aircraft, to trust their instruments, and to keep calm under pressure. When they reported encounters with the unknown, it was harder to shrug off. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, a number of dramatic incidents unfolded in which UFOs were simultaneously observed by pilots in the air and tracked on radar by ground controllers. Such cases, the so-called radar visual sightings, are considered some of the strongest indications that UFOs represent real, physical phenomena. After all, hallucinations don't show up on radar screens. So let us journey into a few night-shrouded control towers and cockpits, where highly trained eyes and ears confronted the inexplicable. Picture a warm July night in 1952 at Washington National Airport. The control tower is quiet, the midnight lull having set in, when suddenly an air traffic controller named Edward Nugent notices something odd on his radar scope. 7 blips, clustered not far from the city, moving in a manner unlike any known flight path. He blinks in surprise. There should be no traffic there at this hour. The objects aren't following any established routes and seem to be drifting, then darting, then stopping altogether. Nugent calls over his supervisor, Harry Barnes. Soon, 2 more controllers are summoned to verify that the radar is working properly. It is. The strange targets are solid returns, not electronic ghosts. Then, as the small group of controllers watches in growing astonishment, the unknown blips begin to move toward the heart of downtown Washington, D.C., toward the White House and the Capitol building. Barnes promptly contacts the radar center at Andrews Air Force Base across the river. At first, Andrews reports nothing unusual, but minutes later, an airman on duty there runs to his tower's phone. "We see it too." Off in the distance, they spot a glowing orange object, like a ball of fire, streaking through the night. As if on cue, more bright lights appear in the skies over Washington. Down on the tarmac, a Capital Airlines pilot, Captain S.C. Casey Pierman, is idling in his DC-4 passenger plane, awaiting takeoff clearance. He gazes upward and suddenly spots something flash across the sky, a fast-moving white light that shoots past with incredible speed. The control tower radios him, warning that unknown targets are approaching his position. Over the next 15 minutes, Pierman, still in his cockpit on the ground, sees a series of 6 silent, white, tailless objects zipping above. Each time he calls out a sighting over the radio, Barnes and the controllers in the tower confirm that a corresponding blip shows up on their radar screen exactly where Pierman indicates. It's a surreal, almost cinematic coordination. The man in the plane and the men on the ground watching together as mysterious intruders play tag with the city. One of the objects seems to hover just over a radio beacon south of the airport, and at one point, multiple radars, both at National and at Andrews AFB, are simultaneously tracking this object. The UFO eventually vanishes from all the radar scopes in an instant, as if it just winked out of existence. By now, Air Force interceptors are racing toward Washington. 2 F-94 Starfire jet fighters are diverted from Delaware and roar into the area around 3 a.m. The moment they arrive, every unknown target on the radar screen disappears. The skies fall quiet and blank. The jets circle for a time, finding nothing. Finally, low on fuel, the F-94s peel away to return to base. And as soon as they do, beep. the radar scopes at National light up again with those peculiar blips. Watching this, Harry Barnes feels a chill. It's as if the UFOs were monitoring radio traffic and behaving accordingly, he later muses. In other words, whoever, or whatever, was piloting those objects somehow knew when the jets arrived and knew when they left. The cat and mouse continued until daybreak. By 5:30 a.m., the last blip was gone. This extraordinary sequence, unknown objects seen by multiple witnesses, confirmed on radar, and playing games with Air Force fighters, made the Washington incidents of 1952 go down in history. It was, as one UFO historian later put it, the climax of the 1952 flap. And it wasn't an isolated occurrence. The following weekend, the whole scenario repeated itself with new sightings and another scramble of jets, causing such a stir that President Harry Truman himself demanded to know what was happening. The Washington radar visual UFOs remain unexplained to this day, despite the Air Force attributing them to temperature inversions. Many in Blue Book quietly doubted that explanation. After all, inversions don't chase airplanes or show intelligent behavior. The impact of the Washington sightings, as we saw, rippled all the way to the formation of the Robertson panel. But it also had another effect. It planted a seed of belief in many radar operators and pilots who lived through it. Those men went to their graves convinced that, for a few nights in 1952, something unearthly had buzzed the capital of the United States. While Washington's events were the most famous, they were far from the only case where radar and pilots together encountered the unknown. Let's fast forward a few years to a cool, clear night over eastern England. It's August 13th, 1956, at a joint US-UK airbase called RAF Bentwaters and RAF Lakenheath. Around 9:30 p.m., American airmen operating the radar at Bentwaters notice a target approaching at an impossible speed. Estimates later put it at several thousand miles per hour. Simultaneously, other radar contacts appear, moving slower, but doing something odd. Two separate blips merge into one very large return on the scope, as if smaller objects are joining together. The bewildered radar operators at Bentwaters guide a Royal Air Force T-33 jet toward the area to investigate, but the pilots see nothing at first. The mystery only deepens as the night goes on. Close to 11 p.m., Bentwaters' radar picks up another fast-moving object, this one streaking toward them at 2,000 to 4,000 palm-a-yard. The blip zooms overhead and then vanishes from the scope, just as ground observers see a bright white light racing across the sky. An American C-47 transport flying in the area radios that a brilliant light has just zipped beneath his aircraft. By now, Bentwaters has alerted its sister base, RAF Lakenheath, about 40 miles away, to be on the lookout. Sure enough, Lakenheath's personnel soon report visual sightings of luminous objects in the night, including two lights that approach the base at high speed, then suddenly execute a sharp turn and merge into one, just before speeding off again. The description sounds like something out of a science fiction film, yet it's coming from military observers used to tracking Soviet bombers. And it's about to get even stranger. Around midnight, Lakenheath's own radar controllers, led by a watch supervisor named Tech Sergeant Forrest Perkins, detect an object hovering near the base. They scramble two RAF de Havilland Venom jet interceptors to engage. What happens next is the stuff of legend in UFO circles. According to both contemporary reports and Perkins' later account, one Venom manages to lock onto the UFO. But then the target suddenly maneuvers behind the jet, an impossible feat for any known aircraft at the time, and proceeds to chase the interceptor, matching every evasive move the pilot makes. The seasoned fighter pilot finds himself outflanked, no longer the hunter, but the hunted. He's heard over the radio growing increasingly agitated, getting worried, excited, and also pretty scared. in Perkins' words. This surreal dogfight lasts a full 10 minutes, which in aerial combat feels like an eternity. The second Venom, meanwhile, experiences mechanical trouble and has to turn back, leaving the first pilot alone with the mysterious intruder. Eventually, the UFO breaks off and darts away, climbing into the darkness. Both Venom pilots return to base safely, likely shaken by an encounter for which all their training had left them unprepared. The Lakenheath Bentwaters incident quickly made its way into intelligence reports. Years later, when the Condon Committee, the 1960s Colorado study, reviewed old cases, they paid special attention to this one. Dr. James McDonald, a prominent atmospheric physicist who took an interest in UFOs, called it one of the most puzzling and unusual cases in the radar visual files. Even the official Condon report, which was generally skeptical, admitted that the probability that at least one genuine UFO was involved appears to be fairly high in this case. In the guarded language of scientists, that was a remarkable statement. Essentially, they were saying no conventional explanation fit well. Not a radar glitch, not stars, not planes. Of course, there were later attempts to debunk Lakenheath. Some suggested an unusual propagation of radar waves plus misidentified meteors. But to this day, many ufologists point to the 1956 Lakenheath incident as a hallmark example of a true unknown demonstrating intelligent control and astonishing capabilities. How else to describe an object that can merge in mid-air, outpace jets, and literally get behind a fighter to tail it? For the men involved, it was an encounter they would never forget. Moving ahead in time, we cross continents to the Middle East. It's the early morning hours of September 19th, 1976, and over the bustling city of Tehran, Iran, something very bizarre is about to unfold. Just past midnight, calls flood Iranian Air Force Command about a bright object hovering in the sky above the city. The Iranian military scrambles a Phantom II F-4 jet interceptor from Shahroki Air Base to check it out. As the jet roars toward Tehran, the pilot gets the object in sight. It's large, intensely bright with flashing colors, and hovering. But suddenly, the pilot's instruments begin to malfunction. His navigation and communication gear go dead. Frustrated and mystified, he aborts the intercept and returns to base. Strangely, as soon as he turns away, his equipment springs back to life. Perhaps doubting the first pilot's experience, a second F-4 Phantom is dispatched, this one piloted by a squadron commander, Major Parviz Jafari. Jafari barrels into the night sky, heading toward the brilliant UFO. This time, the intruder doesn't flee. Jafari gets a radar lock at about 27 miles. The radar painting a solid target as big as a Boeing tanker aircraft. Visually, he can see it now. An intense, multicolored light, so bright he can't discern a clear shape, because the glow is overwhelming his vision. As Jafari closes to within 20 miles, suddenly the UFO does something truly startling. It ejects a smaller glowing object that rushes directly toward Jafari's F-4 at high speed, as if in a defensive move. The Major, alarmed and thinking this could be some kind of weapon, prepares to fire a heat-seeking Sidewinder missile at the oncoming object. His thumb moves to the trigger, and in that instant, his entire weapons control panel goes dead. In fact, all of his instruments fail. The radar screen blinks off, the radio dies, the weapons system is offline. In the dark cockpit, Major Jafari finds himself utterly blind electronically, hurtling through the sky with an unknown foe bearing down. With no other option, he breaks off the engagement, frantically flipping the jet onto a return course. Only then does the small pursuer relent, rejoining the larger craft. And just as before, once Jafari's plane is headed away from the UFO, his instrumentation mysteriously returns to normal operation. This encounter continued in a kind of eerie cat and mouse. The UFO and its smaller companion orb began to circle a bit as Jafari watched from a distance. The smaller object at one point seemed to land gently on the earth, casting a brilliant light across the ground. Jafari, low on fuel and still shaken, flew past the location on his way back and noted the glow. Meanwhile, commercial airliners in the area also reported seeing the spectacle from their cockpits. Back on the ground, Iranian air defense commanders and even some American military advisors, who were in Iran at the time, listened in astonishment to the radio chatter. The incident was so well documented, with multiple witnesses and radar confirmation, that the US Defense Intelligence Agency wrote a detailed report on it afterward. In it, they noted the temporary weapon system's failure and the radar visual aspects, concluding that this encounter was a genuine mystery with no conventional explanation. Years later, Major Jafari described his experience plainly. It was definitely something beyond what we know. It was under intelligent control. The Tehran case stands as one of the most significant military UFO encounters on record, often cited because it involved a direct attempted engagement and apparent electronic warfare, the UFO seemingly disabling the jet's systems at will. For skeptics, it's a hard one to dismiss. For believers, it's hard evidence that these objects aren't just passive lights in the sky, but active entities capable of interacting with our technology. Not every pilot who chased a UFO was as lucky as Jafari, however. There were earlier incidents with more tragic outcomes. In January 1948, Kentucky Air National Guard pilot Captain Thomas Mantell died when his F-51 Mustang crashed after pursuing a large metallic object high into the sky. Some speculated he ran out of oxygen. In November 1953, an Air Force F-89 Scorpion was scrambled to intercept a UFO over Lake Superior. On radar, the jet was seen to merge with the unknown target, and then both disappeared, never to be found. These incidents became part of UFO lore, suggesting that the mystery could sometimes be deadly. But for the most part, what struck those involved in these encounters was not aggression, but a kind of playful superiority. The UFOs seemed able to outrun, outmaneuver, and outwit the best aircraft of the day with disconcerting ease. As one American Air Force report later put it, describing an interception attempt, the UFO acted as if it knew the capabilities of our aircraft and simply played with them. One can imagine the frustration and creeping awe in the minds of pilots as shining discs or glowing orbs effortlessly pulled away from their roaring jets, leaving them alone in the sky with nothing to chase but stars. By the late 1970s, even as UFOs had been officially deemed not worth investigating, these radar visual cases had quietly accumulated around the world. In Belgium, in the late 1980s, wave upon wave of triangular UFOs would be reported by police and civilians, and Belgian Air Force F-16s would lock onto impossible targets that accelerated from near stall speed to high supersonic in mere seconds. In 1986, a Japanese airliner over Alaska encountered a colossal dark object that startled its pilots and showed up on multiple radars. The FAA's division chief later confirmed the case, noting that even military radar picked up the immense UFO shadowing the plane. Captain Kenju Terauchi, the JAL flight's pilot, described the main craft he saw as being 2 times bigger than an aircraft carrier in size, an utterly staggering estimate, yet he was earnest and clearly shaken. For over half an hour, his cargo 747 was trailed by this giant object and occasionally flanked by 2 smaller ones. Terauchi and his crew watched in amazement and a bit of fear as the UFOs darted around them. Anchorage Air Traffic Control, monitoring the situation, confirmed an unknown target on radar matching the position of Terauchi's plane, at least for parts of the encounter. Controllers instructed the 747 to take evasive action. They descended, turned, even did a full circle. But the UFO stayed with them, effortlessly pacing the jet's maneuvers. At one point, the object showed up directly in front of the cockpit, like a gigantic Saturn, with rotating lights, before gliding away. The incident, when leaked to the media, became a sensation. A FAA spokesman eventually admitted that their radar had picked up a primarily uncorrelated target near the JAL flight, bureaucratic language for a UFO, and that it had remained in the vicinity for at least 32 minutes. The flight controller on duty even noted the object got as close as 5 miles to the airplane. Captain Tarauchi, a military veteran with 10,000 hours of flight experience, was left trying to convince people that he wasn't imagining things. "It was unbelievable," he said of the encounter. He half-jokingly speculated the UFO might have been after the fine French wine he was carrying in the cargo hold, while officials in Japan and the US politely shunted the case aside and attributed it to perhaps radar anomalies and Saturn mirages. The story of JL Flight 1628 remains one of the clearest and most striking mid-air UFO encounters on record, with a crew of 3, ground radar support, and an object the size of a battleship. Each of these incidents, Washington, Lakenheath, Tehran, Alaska, and many more lesser-known ones, added a piece to the puzzle. Separately, they could be written off or forgotten. Together, they formed a pattern that was hard to ignore. Unidentified flying objects, whatever they were, sometimes left multiple traces. They could be seen, they could be tracked on radar, they could leave impressions on photographic film, or even interfere with aircraft systems. In the 1950s and 60s, this was a message in stark contrast to the official refrain of "nothing to it." Many in the military who were directly involved in these events came away as quiet believers. They might not talk about it openly. Indeed, many feared ridicule or damage to their careers. But they shared knowing looks in the hallways of radar stations or whispered conversations in pilots' ready rooms. "There are things out there," they would say, "that we can't catch." For a listener relaxing to this account, imagine the emotional palette of those moments, the adrenaline of the chase, the confusion of seeing technology fail inexplicably, the wonder of witnessing something truly unknown, and perhaps the hint of dread when realizing that our fastest jets and sharpest eyes were, in those instances, not in control of the situation. These were humbling encounters. The skies, normally a realm of mastery for pilots, became an arena where human skill was outmatched by something we could neither identify nor outwit. And yet, there was also a strange exhilaration in it. A fighter pilot, facing a glowing object that danced away from his missiles, might feel fear, yes, but also an uncanny thrill at confronting the great unknown. In the quiet, after such encounters, one can imagine these men walking back to the debriefing room under a canopy of stars, perhaps stealing a glance upward and wondering if their mysterious bogey was still up there, hiding just beyond sight. As we conclude this chapter of pilots and radar operators, a subtle shift in our story is underway. We have moved from broad government committees and studies to the very personal experiences of individuals on the front lines of the mystery. Each narrative, whether it was Captain Pearman on his DC-4, Major Jafari in his Phantom jet, or Sergeant Perkins in the Lakenheath radar room, brings us closer to the heart of the UFO phenomenon. And that heart lies in the encounters themselves. Those fleeting minutes or hours when an ordinary night turned extraordinary. These encounters often involved the military, and increasingly, they took place in sensitive locales, around our defense installations and nuclear sites. This is no coincidence. By the mid-20th century, UFOs were drifting into some very strategic and restricted places, almost as if drawn to humanity's engines of power. What happens when the unknown trespasses into our most guarded facilities? The answer: alarm and concern at the highest levels, as we shall soon hear. Our next chapter takes us into the secure perimeters of bases and silos, where even the most skeptical soldiers had their reality shaken by hovering lights and metallic visitors. The tone grows a little more tense, the mystery a shade deeper, as UFOs make their incursions into places they simply should not be. One moonless night, at a nuclear missile facility, a guard looks up and sees a glowing orb hanging silently in the sky. Moments later, the missiles below suddenly go offline. On another occasion, an object with bright flashing lights intrudes over an Air Force base storing nuclear bombs, sending security personnel scrambling and prompting urgent calls up the chain of command. These scenarios sound like the stuff of a thriller novel. But during the Cold War, they happened, not once, but repeatedly. UFOs seem to have a particular interest in humanity's most destructive weapons. They appeared over missile silos and bomber bases, over atomic labs and Navy test ranges. And whenever they did, the military response was one of intense concern. In this chapter, we explore some of these extraordinary incursions, where the unknown met the doomsday machinery of the Cold War. It's a chapter filled with eerie calm and sudden alarm, of red phones and searchlights cutting across dark skies, of orders to keep quiet, even as everyone involved whispered, "What was that thing?" Our first stop is the windswept plains of Montana. The year is 1967, near the height of Cold War tensions. At Malmstrom Air Force Base, a vast network of underground silos holds dozens of Minuteman intercontinental ballistic missiles on constant alert. Each missile is tipped with a nuclear warhead of unimaginable destructive power, part of America's strategic deterrent force. The duty shifts for missile launch officers at Malmstrom are typically uneventful. Long hours in buried command capsules, ready to perform the most unthinkable task if ever commanded. But one day in March 1967, the unthinkable nearly happened for a very different reason. According to now declassified documents and first-hand accounts of officers present, the morning of March 16, 1967, brought an incident that made even the hardest-nosed commanders sit up straight. Just after dawn, at a launch control center designated Echo Flight, alarms suddenly blared. Technicians watched in disbelief as, one by one, all 10 missiles in the flight reported no-go status. Effectively, they had been disabled, dropping off strategic alert. These Minuteman missiles were independent systems. A simultaneous failure of all 10 was, to put it mildly, extraordinary. As the security teams and engineers began to troubleshoot, rumors started filtering in. Local guards and maintenance personnel had reported seeing strange lights in the sky during the night, right around the time of the shutdown. Upper management was quick to squash those rumors. An official inquiry would later state flatly that any talk of UFOs around Echo Flight was disproven. They would eventually attribute the missile shutdown to an electrical malfunction, though engineers on site found that explanation inadequate. But the story doesn't end there. Just 8 days later, on March 24, 1967, at another section of Malmstrom's missile field, another launch crew experienced a bizarre and frightening encounter. First Lieutenant Robert Salas was one of the men in the command bunker that night. Decades later, he would recount in detail what happened. It was a quiet, early morning when Salas received an urgent call from the security guard topside at the gate. The guard was agitated, reporting that there was a bright, glowing red object maneuvering in the sky at close range, just above the facility gate. It wasn't an aircraft, he insisted. It moved too erratically, too fast. Salas, thinking the guard might be joking or mistaken, was about to brush it off when the guard suddenly shouted that the object was hovering right above the front gate. The line went dead. Moments later, The entire launch control console lit up with alarms. All 10 missiles in this flight had gone into fault status, one after the other, in rapid succession. Salas and his commander stared in shock. A complete shutdown, again. By the time they could check on the security guards, the red flying object had departed. Maintenance crews rushed to the silos, and over the next day they managed to bring the missiles back online. But no cause for the failure could be readily found. Electronic techs were puzzled. There was no obvious reason for systems in 10 separate silos to all go haywire simultaneously. Salas and others later said they were briefed by Air Force investigators and told in no uncertain terms, "This incident is classified. Do not talk about it." For years, it remained buried. Only in the 1990s did Salas and some of his colleagues come forward publicly, after retirement, feeling the story needed to be told. And what a story. UFOs over a nuclear missile complex, and missiles mysteriously malfunctioning at the same time. Whether one draws a direct connection or not, it's no surprise this tale has become one of the central legends in UFO lore. It's the kind of event that makes you wonder, if they were trying to send a message, perhaps it was that these horrific weapons are not entirely under human control. The Malmstrom case wasn't an isolated episode, either. During the 1970s, a series of unsettling incursions at US and even Soviet nuclear sites hinted at a pattern. Let's focus on a remarkable wave of incidents that unfolded in the fall of 1975, at the height of the Cold War, when nerves on both sides were tense and fingers were never far from triggers. In late October and early November of that year, at least half a dozen US Air Force bases guarding nuclear missiles and strategic bombers were invaded from above by unidentified craft. These intruders were often described in official logs as helicopters, but the personnel on the ground knew they were seeing something far stranger. At Loring AFB in Maine, on the nights of October 27th to 28th, 1975, security police observed an unknown helicopter with no identifiable markings hovering low over the nuclear weapons storage area. It had a bright orange spotlight that swept the bunkers. It made a sound like a helicopter, according to some ears, but it performed maneuvers far more agile than any chopper. When base choppers and planes were sent up to intercept, the object darted off at high speed into the darkness, in one case heading towards the Canadian border so quickly that US jets could not catch up. Canadian authorities were alerted, but whatever it was, disappeared. The next night, it came back, taunting Loring security forces all over again. Men on the ground were left scratching their heads, and perhaps feeling a bit unnerved that something could violate their airspace with impunity. Meanwhile, on October 30th to 31, at Wurtsmith AFB in Michigan, a similarly mysterious intruder visited. Guards at Wurtsmith reported a craft with lights flying around the base perimeter and repeatedly hovering over the weapons storage bunkers, again, where nuclear bombs were kept. The base went on high alert. A KC-135 tanker in the air was directed to take a look, and its crew indeed spotted an unknown light that they attempted to chase. They couldn't catch it. The object accelerated and left them behind as if they were standing still. When investigators later checked, they found no record of any friendly or civilian helicopters in the area at that time. It was as if phantoms had penetrated the base. Similar episodes unfolded at Malmstrom AFB, again, in Montana in early November 1975, and at Minot AFB in North Dakota. Logs from the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, described these events in vivid terms. At one missile site in Montana, personnel saw an object actually land briefly and then take off, and they reported that it released a smaller tubular object while in flight. Radar surveillance, however, showed nothing solid there. The objects seemed to elude electronic detection, even as people were watching them with their own eyes. The Pentagon was deeply concerned. For good reason. Were these Soviet spy craft? Some new stealth helicopters probing US defenses? If so, it was an incredible intelligence failure and a direct threat. Yet nothing concrete came of those suspicions. As more information came in, the more baffling it got. The descriptions from different bases were similar, but not identical. Orange or white lights, sometimes described as oval or disc-shaped when seen through field scopes, other times just a blinding glare. They moved quietly, or with a distant whir, sometimes right down near the ground, other times zipping from point to point in the sky in seconds. They had a knack for showing up right at the places on a base where they weren't supposed to be, the nuclear storage and launch areas. This led to a code name in some documents calling them phobies, flyers over nuclear bases. A few intrepid intelligence analysts even posited the almost absurd theory that someone was intentionally demonstrating an ability to disarm or surveil our nukes. But who? The implication of who was too unsettling to put directly, but in private briefings, some went so far as to whisper about non-human technology. Officially, of course, the Air Force did not endorse that idea. Instead, they sent out terse statements that no unusual incursions had taken place, or that it was under investigation. In truth, as later FOIA releases show, the Air Force and NORAD had a heck of a time during those weeks in 1975. Internal communications show a flurry of messages about the ongoing UFO flap at strategic sites. A directive from the Secretary of the Air Force's office even instructed public information officers to avoid linking the scattered sightings at different bases unless asked directly. Essentially, don't talk about them as if they're related. If that sounds like an attempt to downplay and compartmentalize, it probably was. The Pentagon did not want a public panic or wild speculation about unknown craft hovering over nukes, especially not in the middle of the Cold War. One incident from that 1975 wave stands out for its level of detail. On November 7, 1975, after multiple reports of lights over Malmstrom's missile sites, a launch officer named Captain Thomas W. O'Brien had just handed over his shift and was relaxing when he heard a commotion. Rushing outside, he and others heard what they described as a rotor sound overhead, like a helicopter, and then saw a huge dark object with a shape like a fuselage, hovering 10 to 15 feet above the ground just beyond the gate of one of the silo areas. It had two bright lights, one red and one white, on its front and another light underneath. It lingered for maybe a minute, silently hanging in the frigid air, then silently glided away. O'Brien's deputy confirmed the sighting. Other security teams at nearby missile sites reported seeing fast-moving lights in the sky the same night. But interestingly, some of them heard no sound at all. That inconsistency, some hearing chopper noises, others hearing silence, leaves us scratching our heads. Could it have been a cleverly used decoy noise? Or simply an overworked imagination trying to rationalize a bizarre sight? We may never know. What we do know is that these events led to serious responses. Search helicopters scouring the darkness, jets put on alert, and a lot of midnight oil burned at the Pentagon trying to figure out what on Earth, or off Earth, was responsible. And what about across the ocean, on the other side of the Iron Curtain? Remarkably, similar stories have emerged from formerly classified Soviet archives and testimonies. The Soviet Union, while secretive, was not immune to the UFO phenomenon, especially around its prized military assets. In October 1982, at a missile base near Belokorovice in Ukraine, then part of the USSR, something nearly catastrophic occurred. According to accounts that surfaced after the Cold War, guards on site observed a saucer-like craft hovering over the base, emitting a pulsating light. Suddenly, inside the control bunker, panels lit up. the missiles had inexplicably gone into launch mode. One can only imagine the horror as Soviet officers saw launch countdowns initiate on their own. For about 30 seconds, panic reigned. Those missiles were preparing to fire, seemingly of their own accord. Then, just as abruptly, the systems reverted to normal. The UFO departed. Soviet authorities later claimed it was an exercise or test gone wrong, but whispers among the personnel were that something external had interfered. They spoke of that glowing craft above the base at the time, and many privately believed it had somehow caused the malfunction, as if demonstrating how easily it could flip our doomsday switches. The Soviet High Command treated such incidents with utmost secrecy, even more so than in the US, fearing perhaps that it could be misconstrued as enemy action, or worse, that it revealed a vulnerability. But they happened. In fact, Soviet UFO research efforts, like the aforementioned Institute 22, were partly spurred by cases like this, where whatever these phenomena were, they penetrated the strictest security and toyed with humanity's most dangerous devices. Back in the United States, the late 1970s brought a slight easing of tensions and a new willingness by some insiders to reveal what had been going on. Through Freedom of Information Act requests, civilian researchers obtained a trove of formerly secret documents in 1977 to 79, confirming that yes, indeed, the Air Force and NORAD had been tracking these bizarre base intrusions. One Air Force intelligence report dryly noted that the objects had showed a clear intent in the November 1975 incidents, focusing on nuclear storage and launch sites. The language might have been cool, but reading between the lines, the writers were plainly unsettled. Author and researcher Howard Blum later described some of those documents, pointing out that they departed from the usual bland tone, betraying the terror felt by Air Force personnel during these encounters. Imagine a hardened missile security officer, someone who is psychologically screened to remain calm at the prospect of world war, describing in official paperwork that he was terrified by what he saw hovering above his base. It gives one pause. So what was going on? We still don't have a definitive answer. Theories abound. Some say these incidents were advanced stealth drones or helicopters, perhaps American black projects or Soviet spies. However, the technology of that era, as far as is publicly known, didn't support silent flight or the kind of performance these objects displayed, not to mention the lack of evidence of any such enemy operation. Others suggest environmental factors, like rare electrical phenomena, could have played tricks on equipment and people's perceptions simultaneously. But again, the intelligence and focus displayed, hovering precisely over bunkers, moving to other sites methodically, argues against random natural causes. And of course, there's the theory that whoever piloted these craft had a keen interest in nuclear weapons, perhaps out of concern, curiosity, or some monitoring intent. Did UFOs essentially check in on our nukes during a volatile period of history? If one has a mind open to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, it's hard not to notice the almost symbolic nature of these events. Vehicles from the unknown, buzzing the most destructive creations of human ingenuity, as if reminding us that we are not alone in watching over these awesome powers. For the men and women at those sites, though, lofty meanings were secondary. They had jobs to do, intruders to deal with. They responded as best they could. They scrambled jets, they shone spotlights, they sometimes even pointed guns. Though what good a rifle is against a glowing orb, one can only wonder. In the aftermath, many of them were debriefed and often told not to talk about what they'd seen. The incidents became classified, need-to-know secrets, wrapped up under the blanket of Cold War confidentiality. But people talk, and over the years, bits and pieces leaked, enough to form the mosaic we're discussing now. By the dawn of the 1980s, one particular incident in a forest in England would combine all these elements: a military base, nuclear weapons, multiple nights of UFO activity, and credible high-ranking witnesses, into one astonishing narrative. This was the Rendlesham Forest incident of December 1980, often dubbed Britain's Roswell. At twin NATO bases, RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge in Suffolk, which housed US Air Force units and, as later acknowledged, likely stored tactical nuclear weapons, security patrols encountered a series of unexplained lights over a span of 3 nights. On the first night, patrolmen followed a glowing object through the woods, coming upon a metallic triangular craft that had landed in a small clearing. One of them, Sergeant Jim Peniston, even ventured close enough to touch it, later claiming he felt strange symbols etched on its surface. The craft then lifted off through the trees and vanished. The next night, the base's deputy commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, skeptical of the initial report, went out with a team to debunk or confirm what was happening. What he experienced only deepened the mystery. Holt carried a handheld tape recorder, and as he and his men trudged through the dark forest, you can hear the genuine surprise and concern in his voice on the recording that survives. They found higher than normal radiation readings in the clearing where the craft supposedly landed. Then they saw a red flashing light moving through the trees. At first, Holt thought it might be a beacon or lighthouse in the distance, but then it burst into a bright white object that came closer. At one point, Holt describes on tape that the object is hovering and beaming down a stream of light near his feet. Another light sped off toward the Bentwaters base proper. To Holt's astonishment, that light began sending down thin beams of light from high altitude right into the base's presumably secure weapons storage area. It was as if, once again, a UFO was illuminating the nukes. Holt's team watched in awe and apprehension. They had their rifles, but of course no shots were fired. The lights were elusive and seemed one step ahead. After a couple of hours of this cat and mouse, the phenomena dissipated. Holt wrote a memo to the UK Ministry of Defence documenting what happened, and that memo eventually found its way into public view years later. The Rendlesham incident remains one of the best attested multi-night UFO encounters, complete with audio evidence and multiple eyewitnesses, including a lieutenant colonel who was frankly stunned by what he saw. The Ministry of Defence stated it posed no threat to national security, and therefore warranted no further investigation, a line many found unconvincing given the details. What unites these accounts, from Montana to Maine to Suffolk to Ukraine, is the profound discomfort they caused in the defence establishments of the world. The pattern was clear. UFOs had a knack for showing up where humanity had its finger on the nuclear trigger. And each time they appeared, those charged with guarding these ultimate weapons found themselves, for a brief spell, outmatched and outsmarted. The intruders came and went on their own terms. They seemed to demonstrate a knowledge of our procedures and technology, shutting down missiles, jamming jets, evading radars. High-ranking officers privately chewed their lips and wrote memos marked secret, grappling with how to report these impossible incidents up the chain without sounding crazy. Some of those memos now are public, and they reveal a stark truth. Behind the official denials and chuckles, there was deep alarm. As one researcher aptly put it, these events triggered spooky seriousness in the halls of command. The UFOs hadn't hurt anyone, hadn't fired weapons, but they had sent a message that could not be ignored, that our most powerful armaments, and by extension our security, could be approached and perhaps tampered with by unknown forces at will. For the servicemen on the ground during those nights of visits, there were other emotions too. Some later described a sense of awe, even beauty, in the strange lights they saw. A few admitted they were frankly terrified, thinking, is this the end of the world? Is this how an attack begins? Others were excited, realizing they might be witnessing something historically significant. Contact, maybe, or at least evidence of technologies beyond our own. And nearly all of them felt frustration, because in the end, the objects always left, and they were left with unanswered questions, and often a directive not to discuss it further. Imagine walking a lonely guard post after such an encounter, the night wind cold on your face, trying to process what you saw, while knowing you can't really tell anyone outside your unit. The stars above might suddenly seem a lot closer and more alive than before. These incidents at military sites throughout the 60s, 70s, and into the 80s set the stage for a shift in how UFO matters were handled. The military learned to keep such events tightly under wraps, classified and need to know. Reports about UFOs over nukes were stamped secret or higher and filed away. Within the ranks, you only talked about it to those who were there. Otherwise, it didn't happen. This aura of secrecy grew thicker as the Cold War progressed, and the public was largely kept in the dark about just how frequently and provocatively these encounters occurred. One might say UFOs became a national security issue, but paradoxically, one that the nation's security apparatus wouldn't openly acknowledge. By the late 1980s, as the Cold War waned, some insiders began hinting that there was indeed a trove of classified incidents. In 1991, after the Soviet Union fell, a conference of former US and Soviet military officers in Moscow even shared stories with each other about UFOs meddling with their nukes, an extraordinary bit of candor that would have been unthinkable years prior. They realized that both sides had experienced the same unnerving phenomena. It was almost a relief to swap tales and realize this wasn't just our side or their side. It was something else entirely. As we wrap up this chapter on UFOs at sensitive sites, we've traversed some hair-raising territory. We felt the quiet dread of the missileer watching his ICBMs power down while a light buzzes overhead, the exasperation of the security chief trying to catch a nimble intruder that can outfly jets, and the astonishment of a deputy base commander watching a beam from the sky lance down into his compound. These moments, once hidden in top-secret files, have gradually emerged to paint a picture that challenges our sense of security and invites profound contemplation. If they, whoever they are, wanted to send a message, one interpretation could be, "We can touch your most fearsome swords and render them impotent." It's almost a pacifist message in a strange, unsettling package. On the other hand, it could also be interpreted as reconnaissance by a foreign power, or even a warning of vulnerabilities. The ambiguity is the hardest part. It's no wonder militaries prefer to classify it away. Now, a gentle dawn begins to rise on our story's timeline. The Cold War, with its UFO incidents, is moving into the historical rearview mirror. But before we look to what came next, we must discuss how all these events and investigations led to a new era of silence and secrecy. The latter part of the 20th century saw UFOs become an increasingly taboo topic within official circles. Governments learned that acknowledging the mystery brought inconvenient questions, so they often chose to say nothing at all. Witnesses were often encouraged, subtly or directly, to keep quiet. The entire subject took on the mantle of fringe conspiracy, partly by design, as officialdom found it easier if the public found UFO claims laughable. Yet the sightings did not stop, nor did the encounters with military personnel. They simply went deeper underground. Our next chapter will explore this shift toward classification and secrecy, where we'll see how the legacy of Project Blue Book and the Cold War encounters led to a policy of denial and covertness. It's a quieter chapter in some respects, less about dramatic chases and more about memos, hidden files, and the long shadow the phenomenon cast over government policy. But it is crucial for understanding where we stand today. For now, take a deep breath. We have journeyed through some intense incidents. Let the mind's eye gently release those images of hovering lights over lonely bases. The story will continue, but as always, at a slow and reflective pace. We'll drift onward, peeling back another layer of the enigma, ever mindful of the delicate interplay between fear, wonder, and the quest for truth that defines the UFO saga. As the UFO incidents mounted through the 1950s, 60s and 70s, from Blue Book's backlog of cases to hair-raising encounters at nuclear bases, a discernible change occurred in how governments handled the topic. Early on, there had been press conferences, public reports, even some grudging admissions that many sightings remained unexplained. By the late 1970s and into the 1980s, however, an official curtain was drawn around the UFO issue. Publicly, officials stuck to the script. UFOs were a dead topic, of no interest to national security after the end of Project Blue Book. Privately, any military encounters with unknown aerial phenomena were swept into classified channels, far from public eyes. In short, secrecy became the order of the day. In this chapter, we explore how and why that shift happened. It's a story of cover stories and quiet memos, of pilots and soldiers feeling the weight of silence, and of a mystery that didn't go away just because it was being ignored. Recall the official closure of Project Blue Book in 1969. The Air Force, in ending Blue Book, made a point of assuring the public that nothing of significance had been found and that UFOs presented no threat. They cited the Colorado University Condon study's negative conclusions as justification. They even provided a tidy summary of Blue Book's statistics, emphasizing that only a small fraction of cases were unidentified, and asserting that even those would likely be explainable if more data were available. The message was clear. The government had lost interest because there was simply nothing to it. At the same time, fact sheets were distributed, instructing people that if they saw something strange in the sky, they should not contact the Air Force, but perhaps a university or the local police. Essentially, UFOs were being outsourced to civilian curiosity and law enforcement, and the military was bowing out, officially. Unofficially, a different story was unfolding. Thanks to the diligence of researchers and some whistleblowers, we now know that as Blue Book closed, new instructions were quietly put in place. The Air Force issued internal memos, like General Bolender's memo mentioned earlier, clarifying that if UFO sightings posed any kind of national security implication, say for example, objects seen near sensitive areas or during defense operations, those reports are not part of the Blue Book system. G. In plain terms, such cases would be handled separately, presumably in classified intelligence channels, and not acknowledged in any public program. And indeed, after 1969, when intriguing UFO events occurred, like the 1975 base overflights or the 1976 Tehran encounter, they were treated as intelligence matters. Reports were classified. Only bland statements, if any, were given to press queries. A sort of institutional amnesia set in. Project Blue Book? Oh, that was closed years ago. We don't investigate UFOs anymore, became the refrain. It was technically true in terms of public-facing effort, but misleading in practice. Why all the secrecy? There were multiple factors. First, national security. If there was even a chance that some UFOs were actually enemy technology, for instance, Soviet spycraft or experimental aircraft, then those reports would be highly classified. You wouldn't want the adversary to know what you'd seen or how capable you thought it was. Interestingly, in the 60s and 70s, another worry emerged. What if UFOs themselves, though not of human origin, created scenarios that could spark conflict? Some US officials quietly fretted that a UFO might cause an accidental war. Imagine a formation of unknowns triggering warnings that might be misinterpreted as a missile attack. In the paranoid calculus of the Cold War, this was not impossible. So keeping a tight lid on UFO reports was partly about preventing panic or false alarms from going public, or worse, reaching the rival superpower and causing a misunderstanding. There was also embarrassment. The military doesn't like to admit it can't control its own airspace. The thought that unauthorized, unidentified craft could fly rings around our best defenses, as they did in 1952 and 1975, was not something generals wanted to discuss at cocktail parties or congressional hearings. Far easier to pretend the problem didn't exist, or was so minor as to be inconsequential. And there was, clearly, a policy of ridicule that set in. Possibly stemming from the Robertson panel's recommendations, authorities seemed to deliberately encourage a culture in which UFOs were a joke. If a citizen wrote a letter to the Air Force in the late 70s about a UFO, they'd often get a polite response saying essentially, "Thanks, but we don't do that anymore." If a journalist asked about UFOs, they'd get the standard line and maybe a bemused smile. This snickering undertone sent a powerful message to military personnel and civilians alike. If you see something, maybe keep it to yourself, because nobody's going to take it seriously, and you might even harm your reputation. It's worth noting that during this period, a number of military pilots and commercial pilots who reported UFOs sometimes faced negative consequences, perhaps being grounded for psychological evaluation, or just feeling the subtle career stall that comes when one is labelled that UFO guy. The net effect was to further discourage reporting of incidents through official channels. If you're an Air Force pilot and you have a bizarre encounter, maybe you mention it to a buddy, but you think twice about putting it in the after-action report in detail. You don't want to be laughed out of the briefing room. Still, despite the chill on the topic, incidents continued, and some brave souls did report them. What became of those reports? Many were funneled to organizations like the Air Force's Foreign Technology Division, or secret projects with generic names. One rumor that surfaced decades later was that after Blue Book, the Air Force had something called Project Moondust and Operation Blue Fly, tasked with recovering objects of unknown origin, including UFO debris. These were so obscure that even confirming their existence took determined FOIA digging. Other reports went to the NSA or CIA if they occurred overseas or had intelligence implications. Essentially, UFOs had become a classified subject, sprinkled across various agencies with no public acknowledgement. A telling example. In 1976, after the Tehran dogfight incident, the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, not only documented it, but rated the report as of high reliability and value. That report was classified secret and only saw the light of day because of a Freedom of Information Act request years later. To the public, the Pentagon said nothing about Tehran's UFO. Internally, they were fascinated enough to disseminate the account among the intelligence community. By the end of the 1970s, in America, a wave of public interest in UFOs led to numerous FOIA requests. A group called Ground Saucer Watch and others like Citizens Against UFO Secrecy filed lawsuits and FOIAs, which forced agencies to cough up thousands of pages of documents. The results confirmed what many had long suspected. The US government never really stopped paying attention to UFOs. The CIA, for example, had collected almost 900 pages of UFO-related reports and memos since the 1950s. Under court order, they released them, albeit heavily redacted in places. Those CIA files included everything from reports on foreign sightings to internal debates on how to handle the subject. One CIA memo from 1976, ironically, detailed the very Tehran encounter we've discussed, with all its astonishing details. Yet officially, the CIA line was, "We haven't been involved in UFOs since 1953. A spokesman even reiterated that, noting the Robertson panel conclusion that UFOs posed no threat. This is a classic example of a half-truth. While it's true the CIA wasn't running an active public investigation, they were certainly monitoring and collecting information passively. The files showed CIA officers clipping worldwide newspaper articles on UFOs, liaising with other agencies about notable cases, and likely keeping an eye on the phenomenon in case it turned out to be Soviet-related. The NSA similarly fought FOIA requests tooth and nail, even refusing to confirm or deny some documents' existence. It took a federal court to pry some of these secrets loose. And after all that, one of the pressing questions posed by UFO researchers was, if it's all nonsense, why keep it secret? A retired NSA analyst named Todd Zeckel noted pointedly, if UFOs are nothing, why don't they open their files totally? That question lingered. The answer seemed to be that there was something in those files they didn't want easily known, whether vulnerability, ignorance, or potentially evidence of something extraordinary. The British Ministry of Defence, for its part, also maintained a low-key UFO desk through the 70s and 80s, quietly logging reports from servicemen and the public, but publicly disavowing any deeper interest. It was only in the 2000s that many of those MOD files were declassified, revealing some truly intriguing cases and internal debates on how much to tell the public. One MOD official in the 90s, Nick Pope, even came out and said in essence, "I used to investigate UFOs for the government, and there are cases we couldn't explain." But during his service, he had to toe the line that it was all routine and of no defense significance. The phrase "no defense significance" became a mantra in official statements. It was used after Rendlesham, for example, despite evidence to the contrary. In the USSR, the secrecy was even more intense. Soviet pilots who encountered UFOs often found themselves ordered to never speak of it. There are stories of Soviet airmen being interrogated at length by the KGB after reporting a sighting, to ensure they hadn't actually seen some Western spy plane, and to impress upon them that such topics were not for idle chatter. Only after the end of the Soviet regime did some of these accounts emerge, and they showed that sightings were taken seriously internally. Committees of scientists quietly studied the cases, often concluding, just like Blue Book, that most were misidentifications, but a few remained baffling. But to the average Soviet citizen, the party line was simple. UFOs aren't real, and anyone saying otherwise might be viewed as suspect or deluded. All of this secrecy had a side effect. It seeded the ground for conspiracy theories among the public. With governments clamming up, a vacuum of reliable information was created, and into that vacuum flowed speculation. By the 1980s, popular culture brimmed with the idea that the government was hiding UFO secrets. TV shows, books, and movies began reflecting this theme. It was no longer just aliens might be out there. Now it was also, and the government knows and isn't telling us. The mythos of Roswell took on new life around 1980, when some researchers published accounts of alleged recovered alien craft and bodies in New Mexico back in 1947. Accounts which, true or not, captured people's imaginations. Then came the alleged MJ-12 documents in the mid-1980s, purporting to be leaked top-secret memos from the 1950s, referencing a high-level committee overseeing crashed saucers. The government, predictably, declared them bogus and maintained the stance that there were no hidden alien artifacts in storage. The National Archives even put out statements debunking MJ12 specifically, pointing out inconsistencies in the document's format, classification markings, etc., which indeed cast doubt on their authenticity. But to many in the UFO community, it felt like they would say that, wouldn't they? And so the lore of an epic cover-up grew. Area 51, a once entirely unknown remote Air Force testing site, became famous in rumour as the place where flying saucers were kept and tested, fueled by the claims of a man named Bob Lazar in 1989, who said he worked on reverse engineering alien craft there. The Air Force denied any such things, but they didn't reveal what Area 51 really was used for, testing of secret aircraft like the U-2 and stealth planes, until decades later, thus letting speculation run rampant. In a relaxed, reflective telling like ours, one can appreciate the irony. By trying to suppress and ridicule the UFO topic, authorities arguably made it even more tantalizing to the public. The subject migrated from straight news reporting in the 1950s to tabloid fodder and science fiction inspiration in later decades. But beneath the lurid tales of men in black and crashed alien autopsies, there was the quieter reality we've traced. Credible sightings kept occurring, governments kept quietly noting them, and the mystery persisted, unresolved. The secrecy did succeed, however, in taking UFOs mostly off the front pages. The average citizen in, say, 1985, if asked about UFOs, might chuckle and think of E.T. or some TV show. It seemed a far cry from the serious discussions of the late 1940s, when generals like Nathan Twining had written memos saying the phenomenon was real and not visionary. That institutional memory was buried deep. Only in some classified vaults or the memories of retired officers did it survive. Meanwhile, those directly affected by encounters often felt a sense of isolation. A pilot who saw something extraordinary and was debriefed into silence might later confide only to family or a close friend. I really saw something, and they told me never to talk about it. Many of those stories have surfaced later in life, often when the person is of advanced age and feels they have little to lose by speaking out. Listening to them, you sense the relief in their voice, finally unburdening a truth they held onto for decades. One B-52 crew member from Minot AFB, for instance, recounted an encounter in 1968 where a huge UFO was sighted near a missile site and confirmed on radar, and how he was instructed firmly by superiors to never mention it. He kept the secret for 40 years. Imagine carrying that, seeing a glowing object bigger than a house hover next to your bomber, and being unable to seek any outside validation that it happened. That kind of psychological weight was borne by many in uniform. Some found community in later years with civilian UFO groups, sharing their experiences under assumed names to avoid backlash. Others simply tried to forget and focus on their duties. By the 1990s, with the Cold War ended and information freer, governments started to slowly soften. In the US, some officials, like Senator Barry Goldwater, an Air Force Reserve general himself, talked about how he'd asked in the 1960s to see a rumoured UFO room at Wright-Patterson AFB, where Blue Book files and allegedly hardware were kept, and was told by a general, "Hell no, and don't ask again." Goldwater chuckled about it on television decades later, effectively confirming that even as a senator, he was denied UFO info. In France, the government released a major report in 1999, the Cometa Report, by retired generals and scientists urging more study of UFOs, and even suggesting the extraterrestrial hypothesis was plausible for a portion of cases. The French government didn't officially endorse those conclusions, but also didn't suppress the report. In the UK, in the 2000s, the MOD declassified thousands of UFO files, basically pulling the band-aid off and saying, "Here's what we've got, judge for yourselves." Those files showed, interestingly, that even into the early 1990s, British defence staff were concerned about occasional UFO radar tracks or pilot sightings, but saw little point in publicising them. So as we approached the new millennium, a bit of sunlight started hitting this shadowy subject. Still, the core secrets, if any, remained well kept. If there were crashed materials or deeper analyses, they weren't spilling out easily. Many suspect that by now such programs would reside not under a government agency that's FOIA-able, but with private defence contractors working on classified projects, thus doubly insulated from scrutiny. There is some evidence to suggest that in the US, the study of unusual materials, so-called metamaterials, that some think could be fragments of UFOs, has indeed been quietly contracted out. But proof is scant, coming mostly from second-hand statements. One notable shift in secrecy was that, into the 21st century, even the fact that the military was still interested in UFOs remained secret until fairly recently. For example, it only came out in 2017 that the Pentagon had run a program in the mid-2000s called AATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, focusing on military UFO encounters, particularly with US Navy pilots. That revelation, which lies beyond our current part of the story, indicated that despite the decades of official denial, the mystery had nudged itself back onto the agenda behind closed doors. The Navy even updated UFO reporting guidelines in 2019, essentially admitting that pilots do see things and should have a proper channel to report them without stigma. But for our purposes in this historical context, we see that from roughly 1970 to 2010, UFOs lived in a strange twilight, not openly pursued by authorities, but not ignored either. Rather, studied quietly and spoken of in whispers. What did this long winter of secrecy accomplish? It certainly prevented public panic or overreaction. Society carried on without factoring in UFOs as anything more than entertainment. It also gave authorities time to analyse without external pressure, though one could argue that without public accountability, the incentive to truly solve the mystery might have been low, and it bred mistrust. By keeping secrets, governments unintentionally fostered a citizenry that widely believes it's being lied to about the truth of aliens. Perhaps those secrets were kept for sensible reasons, fear of misidentifying enemy craft, or not wanting adversaries to know what we knew. Or maybe, as some conspiracy-minded folk would insist, the secret keepers truly have something earth-shattering hidden, like an alien body on ice. There's a quote often bandied in ufology: "The lie is different at every level," meaning maybe those at the very top know something profound and dole out lesser cover stories to underlings, who in turn give even shallower explanations to the public. It's an enticing thought, though evidence for such a grand deception is elusive. However, consider the perspective of a high-ranking general or national security advisor in the thick of the Cold War. You have unidentifiable flying objects doing extraordinary things. You don't know if they're Soviet, extraterrestrial, or what. If you admit ignorance publicly, you create an impression of vulnerability and could spark public demands to do something when you frankly don't know what to do. If you quietly investigate and find nothing conclusive, you'd rather bury the whole issue than keep fielding uncomfortable questions. And if by some wild chance you did recover something like a crashed craft, you'd likely classify it at the highest level, beyond even nuclear secrets, and only let a tiny group try to figure it out, under a veil of deniability. That group would compartmentalize it away from normal military or scientific channels to avoid leaks. Decades could pass without significant progress, especially if the technology is far beyond ours. But the secrecy remains because no one wants to admit they have material from not here. So in that scenario, The truth might be locked up simply because releasing it is perceived to do more harm, to stability, to faith in government, to religion perhaps, than good. We, as relaxed observers on this narrative journey, can empathize with both sides. We can imagine the officials thinking they're doing the prudent thing by keeping tight lips, and we can sympathize with the public and lower-ranking witnesses who just want to know what's going on in their skies. The slightly mysterious, slightly conspiratorial tone of this era forms a major part of UFO lore's ambience. It's why the topic is so fascinating to many. It's not just the question of alien life. It's also a detective story, peeling back layers of secrecy. There's a slow, almost dreamy tension in imagining file cabinets of X-files tucked away in some archive, or hangars with pieces of metal that scientists ponder over at midnight, all under the radar of normal life. As we near the end of this part, let's gently recap what we've covered. Project Blue Book and official investigations gave way to military encounters that proved deeply puzzling, especially when UFOs engaged with military pilots and installations. The reality of those encounters forced militaries to treat the matter seriously, but they increasingly did so in secret, aiming to avoid public scrutiny and potential panic. By implementing a policy of classification and even orchestrated debunking, they hoped to diffuse the issue. For a time, it appeared to work. UFOs receded from the mainstream discussion, but the phenomenon itself did not stop, and over the years, enough information seeped out to show that something was still afoot, lurking in radar returns and in the testimonies of brave individuals who decided to speak out. The secrecy, in a way, is its own character in this drama, a shadowy figure that has shaped the narrative profoundly. As we transition to the next part of our documentary, consider this. The stage is set for new revelations. The Cold War is over, the files are unlocking bit by bit, and even some government insiders are starting to say, perhaps the public should be brought into the conversation. The world has changed since the days of Blue Book, and with the advent of the internet and global media, keeping a lid on things is harder. So, will the truth finally come out? Are we on the cusp of answers that have eluded generations? The next chapter of our journey will delve into the modern era of UFO encounters, a time when the subject is re-emerging from the shadows and long-held secrets begin to unravel. But for now, we draw this part to a close. Let the mind absorb the path we've travelled, from radar rooms with blinking screens to missile silos bathed in an eerie glow, to locked cabinets and silent nods of officials in windowless corridors. It's a rich tapestry, equal parts human and enigmatic. We are reminded that history is not just about events, but about who tells the story and who keeps it hidden. As night falls, or perhaps dawn rises in our narrative, we are left with the understanding that, at least for a long stretch of time, the UFO mystery became an open secret, everywhere and nowhere, believed by many, confirmed by few. The tale is not over. Indeed, it is poised to become more intriguing than ever. In our next part, we'll pick up the thread as the world enters the 21st century, where new witnesses, new technology, like cameras on every phone, and new attitudes promise to shed unprecedented light on those things once confined to the dark. The slow reveal has begun, and it beckons us onward, ever curious, ever hopeful, that the ultimate answers may be within reach. Until then, we remain in a state of calm reflection, aware that the sky above holds secrets that humanity is still striving to understand.